Fall asleep to hilarious history. Texas. Why God Invented Air Conditioning and Other Historical Revelations by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The First Tenants, in which we discover that empty is a matter of opinion. It has often been remarked, mostly by people standing safely in Philadelphia or Paris, that the wilderness is a blank slate. To hear a historian tell it, the vast sun-scorched expanse we now call Texas was simply sitting there, idle as a Sunday afternoon, waiting for someone with a flag and a surveyor's chain to come along and give it a purpose. This is a lie, of course, but it is a very popular one, as it makes the subsequent business of acquiring the land feel less like grand larceny and more like a public service. In truth, by the time the first Europeans stumbled onto the Gulf Coast, likely looking for the bathroom and finding only a swamp, Texas was already as crowded as a Missouri saloon on payday, provided your definition of crowded allows for a few hundred miles of elbow room between neighbors. The land was not empty. It was merely occupied by people who didn't feel the need to file a deed with a government that hadn't been invented yet. These were the first tenants, and they had been dealing with the general inconvenience of the sun long before the first Stetson was ever blocked. The Caddo, the original neighborhood association. We begin in the east, where the piney woods are thick enough to hide a man's sins, and the humidity is high enough to drown a fish in mid-air. Here lived the Caddo. Now, the Caddo were what we might call the civilized sort, which is a word historians use for people who stay in one place long enough to be taxed. They were sedentary, they were agricultural, and they built enormous earthen mounds that served as temples, burial grounds, and, I suspect, the world's first attempt at getting a better view of something other than trees. The Caddo were the ones who gave Texas its name, though they didn't know it at the time. They had a word, tejas, which meant friends or allies. It was a lovely, optimistic sentiment. It was the sort of word you use when you haven't yet met a land speculator from Tennessee. When the Spanish arrived and asked, "Who are you people?" the Caddo replied, "Tejas," meaning, "We are friends." The Spanish, being Europeans and therefore prone to linguistic confusion and the immediate desire to plant a cross, wrote it down as the name of the place. Thus, Texas was named after a misunderstanding of a friendly greeting. It is perhaps the most honest thing about the state's history. The Caddo were not merely friendly, they were organized. They had a complex social hierarchy that would make a Victorian debutante weep with envy. They traded salt, bows made of Osage orange wood, and pottery that was far too nice to be used for something as mundane as beans. They were the landed gentry of the East, presiding over a domain of cornfields and thatched roof houses that looked like giant beehives. They were a settled, sophisticated people who had the misfortune of living exactly where everyone else wanted to be. The Karankawa, the tall tales of the coast. If the Caddo were the refined hosts of the East, the Karankawa were the terrifying bouncers of the Gulf Coast. If you have ever spent a summer on the Texas coast, fighting off mosquitoes the size of sparrows and humidity that feels like being licked by a warm, wet dog, you will understand why the Karankawa were a bit prickly. The Karankawa were, by all accounts, a magnificent and unsettling sight. The men were frequently over 6 feet tall, which in the 16th century was equivalent to being a literal giant. They went about largely unclothed, decorated with tattoos and piercings, and smeared their skin with a mixture of shark oil and alligator grease to keep the aforementioned mosquitoes at bay. This gave them a distinctive aroma that I imagine was a potent blend of ancient lagoon and impending doom. For centuries, the Karankawa were dogged by rumors of cannibalism. Now, as a man who has spent time in the company of various politicians, I find the idea of eating one's fellow man to be distasteful but occasionally understandable. However, in the Karankawa's case, it was mostly a bit of effective public relations. If you want to keep tourists off your beach, there is no more effective sign than a rumor that you might serve the visitors for dinner. They were fierce, nomadic, and possessed of a bow and arrow skill that could pin a running deer to a tree from a distance that would make a modern rifleman sweat. They lived off the sea, moving with the seasons, and treated every shipwrecked Spaniard like an uninvited guest who had forgotten to bring a gift. The Comanche, the lords of the high plains. But the real owners of the Texas interior, the ones who truly understood that land is only yours if you can stop someone else from taking it, were the Comanche. In the beginning, the Comanche were just another group of Shoshonean speakers wandering around the Rockies, probably wondering why the air was so thin. But then they met the horse. It was a match made in a very specific kind of heaven. The Comanche didn't just learn to ride, they became part of the animal. A Comanche warrior on a horse was a four-legged engine of destruction that could shoot 20 arrows in the time it took a white man to reload a single-shot musket. They moved down into the southern plains, a region they called the Comancheria, and proceeded to evict everyone else with a ruthless efficiency that would have made a railroad tycoon blush. They were the finest light cavalry the world has ever seen, better than the Mongols, better than the Cossacks, and infinitely better than the United States cavalry, who spent most of the 19th century falling off their saddles in pursuit of them. The Comanche were not a tribe in the sense of a unified government. They were a collection of bands who shared a language and a common hobby of being better at war than anyone else. They treated the vast Llano Estacado as their private pantry. They didn't just live in Texas, they dominated it. They ran a protection racket that spanned hundreds of miles, raiding into Mexico for horses and captives, and returning to the plains where no one could follow them. To the Comanche, the Spanish missions were merely convenient places to pick up supplies, and the early settlers were simply slow-moving targets. The realization of empty space. The great tragedy, or comedy, depending on how much bourbon you've had, of early Texas history is the collision of these groups with the European ego. A Spaniard would stand on a ridge, look out over 1,000 miles of grass, and say, "I claim this for the king," while a Comanche warrior was watching him from the next ridge over, thinking, "That's a very nice horse. I think I'll have it by Tuesday." The land was never empty. It was a complex tapestry of alliances, trade routes, and ancient grudges. There were the Humano, who acted as the middlemen of the desert, the Tonkawa, who tried to play everyone against each other and usually ended up getting the short end of the stick, and the Lipan Apache, who were fierce until they met the Comanche at which point they decided that moving south was a very healthy life choice. When we look back at these first tenants, we shouldn't see them as a prelude to the main act. They were the act. They had mastered a landscape that would later kill thousands of civilized settlers who thought they could farm the desert or ignore the northers. The Caddo had their temples, the Karankawa had their coast, and the Comanche had the wind and the horizon. They were the proprietors of the great inconvenience. And as we shall see in the chapters to come, they did not take kindly to the new management's attempt to change the locks. The realization that the land was already spoken for was a lesson that the Europeans had to learn over and over again, usually at the point of an arrow or the business end of a stampede. Texas wasn't a gift waiting to be unwrapped. It was a fortress that was already garrisoned, and the rent was going to be paid in blood, sweat, and a great deal of very colorful language. Chapter 2. The Spanish Misadventure, in which we meet the first tourist to realize that Texas is a very long walk. There is a particular kind of optimism that can only be possessed by a 16th century Spaniard with a feathered hat and a legal document signed by a king who lives 4,000 miles away. It is a robust, indestructible delusion that assumes every swamp contains a golden palace and every local inhabitant is simply a misplaced subject of the crown who has forgotten their manners. Enter Pánfilo de Narvaez. If history were a stage play, Narvaez would be the character who trips over his own sword in the first act and accidentally burns down the theater in the second. He was a man with one eye, having lost the other in a scuffle with Hernán Cortés, and a sense of direction that could best be described as creative. In 1527, he set sail from Spain with 5 ships, 600 men, and enough hubris to fill the Gulf of Mexico. His mission was to settle Florida, which at the time was a Spanish geographical term for everything north of Mexico that we haven't lost yet. The expedition was a catastrophe of biblical proportions. By the time they reached the Florida coast, they had been battered by hurricanes, thinned by desertion, and generally harassed by the local inhabitants, who took exception to the Spanish habit of claiming things that didn't belong to them. Narvaez, in a fit of tactical genius, decided to split his forces, sending the ships away while he led the men overland. It was the last time the two groups would ever see each other, proving that if you are going to get lost, you might as well do it thoroughly. The landing on the island of misfortune. By 1528, the remnants of the expedition, now reduced to about 240 starving, desperate men, had built 5 makeshift rafts out of horsehide and pine. They intended to sail along the coast to Mexico. Now, looking at a map, this seems like a reasonable, if damp, plan. However, a map is a flat, silent thing that does not account for the Texas current or the fact that a horsehide boat has the structural integrity of a wet cracker. A storm caught them, and 2 of the rafts were tossed onto the shores of what is likely present-day Galveston or Foley's Island. The survivors crawled onto the sand, shivering, naked, and looking like something the tide had rejected. They named the place Isla de Malhado, the Island of Misfortune. It is a name that still rings true to anyone who has tried to find a parking spot on a holiday weekend in Galveston. Among these survivors was Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca. His name literally translates to head of a cow, an ancestral title won by a forebear who marked a mountain pass with a bovine skull. It was a sturdy, reliable name, which was fortunate because he was about to need every ounce of sturdiness he possessed. The hospitality of the naked giants. When the Karankawa arrived on the beach to inspect the wreckage, the Spaniards prepared to be slaughtered. They were, after all, used to the European model of discovery, which usually involved a lot of shouting and stabbing. Instead, the Karankawa, those tall, grease-smeared savages, looked at these shivering, weeping, pathetic excuses for conquerors and did something truly unexpected. They sat down and cried with them. It was a display of empathy that must have been deeply confusing to the Spanish ego. Here were the lords of the earth, being pitied by people who didn't even own a pair of trousers. The Karankawa took the survivors back to their village, fed them, and kept them warm. However, hospitality in the 16th century Texas Gulf was not a luxury hotel experience. It was more of a stay alive by working for us arrangement. Soon, the Spanish realize that they are no longer conquerors. They are, in fact, the world's most incompetent slaves. They were tasked with digging roots from the underwater mud, a job that left their hands bleeding and their dignity in tatters. Of the 80 men who initially washed ashore, only 15 survived the first winter. Disease, starvation, and the general reluctance of the human body to live on oyster shells and misery took the rest. The accidental medicine man. Cabeza de Vaca eventually escaped his coastal captors and spent several years wandering the interior of Texas as a trader. He moved between tribes, bartering sea snails and conch shells for skins and red ochre. He became the first European traveling salesman in Texas, though his commission was mostly not being killed. His status changed when the locals decided he should be a healer. Now, Cabeza de Vaca had about as much medical training as a fence post, but when a group of armed men tells you to heal their sick, you don't ask for a diploma. You start praying. He used a combination of the sign of the cross, some breathed-on prayers, and a healthy dose of theatricality. To his immense surprise, and likely the surprise of the patients, it worked. He became a celebrity, a child of the sun. Soon he was traveling with a retinue of thousands, a wandering parade of people who wanted to be touched by the miraculous Spaniard and his 3 companions, Alonso del Castillo, Andres Dorantes, and Estevanico, an enslaved Moor from North Africa who was, quite frankly, the most talented scout and linguist of the bunch. The grand tour of nowhere. For 8 years, these 4 men walked. They walked across the coastal prairies, through the prickly pear thickets of South Texas, and likely across the Trans-Pecos and into the mountains. They were the first Europeans to see the American bison, which Cabeza de Vaca described as cows with humps. He was remarkably unimpressed by the wildlife, mostly because he was too busy trying to figure out how to eat a prickly pear without turning his tongue into a pincushion. Texas, they discovered, was not a kingdom. It was an endurance test. It was a land of great inconveniences, vast distances, scorching heat, and northers that could freeze a man's thoughts mid-sentence. They realized that the map they had in their heads was a fantasy. Texas was not a small patch of land between Florida and Mexico. It was a sprawling, indifferent empire of grass and sky that didn't care about the King of Spain or the Pope's divisions. Cabeza de Vaca's journals are a fascinating record of a man whose worldview was being slowly dismantled by the sheer scale of the landscape. He began to see the native peoples not as souls to be conquered, but as human beings who managed to survive in a place that was trying its best to kill him. It was a rare moment of European clarity that, unfortunately, would not survive the journey home. The Return and the Golden Lie. In 1536, a group of Spanish slave hunters near the Pacific coast of Mexico were startled to see four figures emerge from the wilderness. They looked like walking skeletons, dark-skinned and wild-haired, speaking Spanish, but smelling like 8 years of unwashed Texas. Cabeza de Vaca had completed the most impressive wrong turn in human history. He had walked from the Atlantic to the Pacific, across the heart of a continent no European had ever seen. He returned to civilization with a new perspective on the humanity of the natives, a perspective that his countrymen ignored with professional efficiency. However, he also brought back rumors. He spoke of large houses and great wealth further north. He didn't say he saw cities of gold, but in the ears of a greedy conquistador, I heard about some big villages sounds exactly like there is a city made of solid gold just over that next hill. Cabeza de Vaca had survived Texas by becoming a healer and a wanderer. But his survival triggered a new wave of madness. He had proved that Texas was larger than anyone imagined, and in doing so, he set the stage for the next group of fools to come looking for something that wasn't there. He was the first tourist to learn that in Texas, the journey is the destination, mostly because the destination is usually just more Texas. Sam's note: if you ever find yourself walking across the state of Texas today, you will at least have the benefit of gas stations and beef jerky. Cabeza de Vaca did it with nothing but a cow-related name and a prayer. It is a testament to human stubbornness, or perhaps just a very strong desire to get away from the Karankawa's cooking. Chapter 3. Searching for 7 Cities, in which Coronado discovers that a golden mirage is just a sunstroke with better branding. If you tell a man there are billions of stars in the universe, he will believe you without question. If you tell him a wall has wet paint, he will touch it just to be sure. But if you tell a 16th century Spaniard that there is a city made of solid gold just over the next horizon, he will sell his house, his horse, and his grandmother's silver for the privilege of walking 1,000 miles through a desert to find it. Humanity has a remarkable capacity for believing what it wants to hear, but the Spanish conquistadors turned this into a professional sport. After Cabeza de Vaca returned from his 8-year stroll across the continent, he hadn't actually seen any gold, but he had heard stories. And in the ears of the ambitious, a story about gold is far more dangerous than the gold itself. It grows. It develops suburbs. By the time the rumor reached Mexico City, the large houses Cabeza de Vaca mentioned had become the 7 cities of Cibola, where the streets were paved with silver and the doors were encrusted with turquoise. The man with the golden plan. The man chosen to lead the search for this glittery real estate was Francisco Vázquez de Coronado. He was a young man of good birth, better connections, and an unfortunate surplus of confidence. In 1540, he assembled what was essentially a traveling city: 300 Spanish soldiers, 1,000 North American Indian allies, and several thousand head of livestock. It was a glittering, clanking parade of armor and ego, designed to impress a civilization that, as it turned out, didn't exist. Coronado looked like a man who was going to a very expensive costume party. He wore gilded armor that caught the sun and likely cooked him like a lobster within 20 minutes of sunrise. He set out from Compostela with the blessing of the viceroy and the prayers of everyone who hoped he'd bring back enough loot to pay off the national debt. The expedition marched north, fueled by the kind of fever that makes a man ignore the fact that he is currently eating his boots because there is no food. They eventually reached the cities of Cibola in present-day New Mexico. Instead of gold-paved streets and emerald-encrusted walls, they found the Zuni pueblos, sturdy, sensible dwellings made of mud and stone. To the Zuni, these were perfectly fine homes. To Coronado, they were a personal insult. He had come for a treasury and found a pottery class. Enter the Turk and the Long Con. Now, at this point, a sensible man might have turned around, gone home, and taken up a quiet hobby like gardening. But Coronado was a Spaniard of the high Renaissance. He couldn't admit he'd been swindled by a rumor. He needed a new lie to keep the old one alive. He found that lie in the form of a captive whom the Spaniards nicknamed the Turk, because they thought he looked vaguely Middle Eastern. The Turk was a master of the long con. He looked at these hungry, desperate men in their rusty armor and realized that their greatest weakness was their imagination. He told them exactly what they wanted to hear, that further to the east, in a land called Quivira, there was a river 2 leagues wide where fish as big as horses swam, and where the king took his afternoon nap under a tree hung with little gold bells that tinkled in the breeze. It was a beautiful image. It was also total nonsense. But Coronado, clutching his scorched ego, decided to follow the Turk into the heart of what we now call the Texas Panhandle, the Great Flatness, the Llano Estacado. In the spring of 1541, Coronado's army marched onto the Llano Estacado, or the Staked Plains. If you have never been to the Panhandle, it is difficult to describe the sheer aggressive flatness of the place. It is a land where the horizon is a permanent threat, and the sky is so big it makes a man feel like a microscopic speck on a billiard table. Coronado's men were terrified. There were no landmarks, no hills, no trees, nothing but a sea of grass that stood back up the moment you walked over it. They were so afraid of getting lost that they had to resort to a system of staking their route, literally driving poles into the ground or piling up buffalo dung so they could find their way back. It is a humbling thing for a conqueror to realize that his only way home is a trail of manure. The wind on the Llano Estacado is a living thing. It doesn't just blow, it argues with you. It carries the heat of a furnace in the summer and the bite of an icebox in the winter. The Spaniards wandered through this grassy void, their armor rattling in the wind, looking for a king with gold bells and finding only cows with humps. The buffalo, the only real wealth. They encountered the American bison in numbers that defied calculation. Coronado described them as monstrous beasts with hair like wool and horns that could gut a horse. He noted that the plains were so covered with them that it was impossible to count. He also met the people who followed the buffalo, the Querechos, Apaches. These folks were the ultimate pragmatists. They lived in tents made of skins, moved with the herds, and used every part of the buffalo from the meat to the marrow. They looked at Coronado's gilded armor and clanking swords with a sort of polite bewilderment. They had no gold. They had no silver. They had something much better, a way to survive in a place that was trying to kill the Spaniards every hour of the day. The Turk kept leading them deeper into the wilderness. He was likely trying to lead them so far into the plains that they would simply starve or die of thirst, which is a very effective way to deal with an invading army if you don't have a cannon. The bitter end of the rainbow. Finally, Coronado took a small group of 30 horsemen and pushed on to Quivira, which turned out to be near present-day Lyons, Kansas. They arrived to find more grass and some grass huts. There were no gold bells. There were no horse-sized fish. The king was a man with a copper medallion around its neck, which was the only piece of metal in the entire village. The realization hit Coronado like a bucket of ice water. The Turk, realizing the game was up, confessed. He admitted he had been lying to lead them to their deaths. The Spaniards, being a people who did not appreciate irony when they were tired and hungry, promptly strangled him. It was a grim end to a comedy of errors. Coronado turned his horse around and began the long, miserable trek back to Mexico. On the way, he fell off his horse during a race and suffered a head injury, which was perhaps the most honest thing that happened to him on the entire trip. At least his physical state finally matched his mental state. The legacy of disappointment. Coronado returned to Mexico City in 1542. He was not greeted as a hero. He was greeted as a man who had wasted a fortune in pursuit of a fairy tale. He was put on trial for his failures and died in relative obscurity a few years later. But Coronado's failure had a profound impact on Texas. He had seen the great flatness. He had reported back that there was no gold, no silver, and no civilization worth the trouble of conquering. For the next 150 years, the Spanish government looked at the map of Texas and essentially said, "No, thank you." They decided that Texas was a wasteland, a despoblado. It was a place of dust, wind, and humped-backed cows. They left it to the buffalo and the tribes, unaware that the real gold was beneath the soil in the form of oil or growing on top of it in the form of cotton and cattle. Coronado went looking for the 7 cities of Cibola and found the reality of the American West. He wanted a palace and found a horizon. It is the quintessential Texas experience. The land is always bigger than your dreams, and if you come looking for easy wealth, it will usually trade you a sunset for your life and call it an even swap. Sam's note. You have to admire the Turk. He managed to get a guided tour of the entire Midwest on the Spanish taxpayer's dime, and all it cost him was his life at the very end. In the grand scheme of things, he was the only one who actually got what he wanted, a very long walk away from his captors. Chapter 4. The French Footnote, in which Salle misses a river, loses a ship, and learns that Texas is a poor place for a grudge. If history were a ledger, and most historians treat it like one, albeit one written in invisible ink and prone to creative accounting, then the French presence in Texas would be a small, smudge-filled footnote at the bottom of a very long page. It was a brief, frantic, and spectacularly poorly managed affair that proved, if nothing else, that a Frenchman with a dream and a bad map is a danger to himself and everyone within a 400-mile radius. The man at the center of this theatrical disaster was René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de la Salle. Now, Sieur de la Salle is the kind of name that suggests a man who spends his afternoons sipping wine and discussing philosophy in a manicured garden. In reality, Salle was a man possessed by a singular obsessive vision. He wanted to control the Mississippi River. He had already paddled down the length of it once, reaching the Gulf of Mexico in 1682 and claiming the entire drainage basin for King Louis XIV. He named it Louisiana, which was a bit like claiming the entire sky and naming it after your landlord. The grand ambition and the wrong turn. The problem with being a visionary is that you often overlook the minor details like where the river actually is. In 1684, La Salle convinced King Louis to give him 4 ships, nearly 300 colonists, and enough supplies to start a proper empire. His plan was to sail into the Gulf, find the mouth of the Mississippi, and build a fort that would essentially act as a toll booth for North America. He wanted to annoy the Spanish, trade with the Indians, and make a fortune in furs. It was a brilliant plan right up until the moment he actually got on a boat. Navigating the Gulf of Mexico in the 17th century was a bit like trying to find a specific needle in a haystack while blindfolded and being spun around by a drunken sailor. Longitude was still a matter of educated guesswork, and the maps of the era looked more like abstract art than navigational aids. La Salle, displaying a level of confidence that can only be described as aggressively incorrect, sailed right past the mouth of the Mississippi. He didn't just miss it, he overshot it by 400 miles. He ended up in Matagorda Bay on the Texas coast. Looking at the flat, marshy shoreline, he likely thought, well, this doesn't look like the Mississippi, but it's wet, and there are mosquitoes, so we must be close. The fleet of misfortune. The landing was not what you'd call a success. One of his ships, the remarkably, ran aground on a sandbar and broke apart, dumping most of the colony's food and tools into the surf. This is a recurring theme in Texas history, arriving with great fanfare and immediately losing your luggage. The Spanish, meanwhile, were prowling the seas. They had captured one of La Salle's other ships, the Saint Francois, earlier in the voyage. By the time the colonists were standing on the beach in Matagorda Bay, they were already down 2 ships, half their supplies, and a significant portion of their sanity. La Salle, undeterred by the fact that he was clearly in the wrong place and surrounded by people who didn't speak French, decided to build a fort. He named it Fort St. Louis. It was a grand name for a collection of mud-walled huts and a small chapel made from the timbers of the wrecked remarkable. It was less of a fort and more of a monument to bad decisions. Life at Fort St. Louis, a menu of misery. Life in the French colony was a daily struggle against the environment, the local inhabitants, and the sheer boredom of being stranded in Texas. The Karankawa, those tall, grease-smeared giants we discussed earlier, were not particularly impressed by the French arrival. They began a low-level war of attrition, picking off colonists who wandered too far from the fort to look for wood or water. Disease, too, was a frequent visitor. Scurvy, dysentery, and general malaise thinned the ranks. The Frenchmen, who had come expecting to trade for furs and live like kings, found themselves eating roots, berries, and the occasional alligator. I imagine an alligator tastes like a very old, very angry chicken that has been marinated in swamp water. Not exactly the haute cuisine they had been promised in Paris. Then came the final blow to their naval power, the wreck of the La Belle. The La Belle was La Salle's last remaining ship, his only link to the outside world. In 1686, during a storm, the ship dragged its anchor and ran aground. With its sinking, the colony was officially checked into Texas with no way to check out. They were castaways in a land that didn't want them, led by a man who refused to admit he had made a mistake. The Navasota exit. La Salle was many things, brave, determined, and well-dressed, but he was not a people person. He was arrogant, secretive, and had the social grace of a porcupine. As the situation at the fort grew more desperate, his men began to realize that their leader was more interested in his own legend than their survival. In 1687, La Salle decided to take a small group and walk, yes, walk, to Canada. His plan was to reach the French settlements on the Great Lakes and bring back help. It was a journey of over 2,000 miles on foot, through uncharted territory filled with people who were tired of Europeans. It was the sort of plan that sounds great after 4 bottles of brandy, but looks a lot like a suicide mission in the cold light of day. The group made it as far as the Brazos River, near present-day Navasota. By this point, the men had reached their limit. On March 19, 1687, several of the men conspired to end the La Salle problem. They ambushed him in the tall grass. One of them shot him in the head, and that was the end of the Sieur de La Salle. They didn't even give him a proper burial. They stripped him of his fine clothes and left him for the wolves. It was a brutal end for a man who wanted to be the emperor of the Mississippi. He died in a place he didn't recognize, killed by men who no longer believed in his dream. The Spanish cleanup crew. Back at Fort St. Louis, things went from bad to extinct. Without La Salle, the remaining 20 or so colonists, mostly women, children, and the sick, were left to fend for themselves. In early 1689, the Karankawa finally lost their patience and attacked the fort, killing almost everyone. They spared a few children whom they adopted into the tribe, a fate that was likely far more interesting than anything they would have experienced in France. The Spanish, meanwhile, had been frantically searching for the French colony for years. They were terrified of a French presence in their territory, even if that presence was mostly composed of starving people in mud huts. In 1589, an expedition led by Alonso de Leon finally found the site. What they found was a ghost town. The buildings were in ruins. The contents of La Salle's trunk were scattered in the wind, and the bones of the colonists lay unburied. De Leon burned the remaining structures to the ground and buried the French cannons, as if trying to erase the very memory of the French from the Texas soil. The accidental legacy. The French attempt to colonize Texas was a total unmitigated failure. They didn't find the Mississippi, they didn't find gold, and they didn't even find a decent place to park their boats. But in the grand comedy of history, their failure had a massive impact. By scaring the living daylights out of the Spanish, La Salle's little mud fort forced Spain to actually do something with Texas. Up until then, the Spanish had been content to ignore the region as a despoblado. But the fear of a French flag flying on the Gulf Coast made them realize they had to occupy the land if they wanted to keep it. The French Footnote was the spark that led to the missions, the presidios, and the eventual settling of San Antonio. France didn't win Texas, but they made sure that Spain couldn't just leave it empty. La Salle's ghost haunted the Spanish imagination for decades, a reminder that in the game of empires, if you don't use your land, someone else, likely someone with a fancy title and a very bad map, will try to take it from you. Sam's note: if you're ever in Navasota, there's a statue of La Salle. He looks very noble and determined, staring off into the distance. I suspect he's still looking for the Mississippi. He was a man who proved that you can go down in history just as easily for a spectacular failure as you can for a success, though the failure usually involves a lot more walking. Chapter 5. Missions and Mortar, in which Spain attempts to civilize a wilderness that preferred its own manners. If there is one thing a government hates more than losing money, it is the idea that a neighbor might be having a party in a room they aren't using. As we saw with the unfortunate Monsieur La Salle, the French had managed to stumble into Texas, die in a variety of creative ways, and leave behind nothing but a few rusted cannons and a very confused statue in Navasota. But to the Spanish authorities in Mexico City, that tiny, starving French footnote looked like a full-scale invasion. They reacted with the measured, calm deliberation of a man who finds a spider in his bed and decides the only logical solution is to burn the house down. Having ignored Texas for a century and a half as a despoblado, a place of no value, they suddenly decided it was the most precious jewel in the Spanish crown. They realized that if they didn't put some boots on the ground and perhaps a few crosses in the dirt, the French might come back with a better map and a more competent leader. Thus began the era of missions and mortar. The plan was simple, elegant, and entirely divorced from the reality of the Texas landscape. They would build a series of stone outposts, staff them with Franciscans and a handful of grumpy soldiers, and civilize the locals. It was an attempt to turn nomadic hunters into Spanish taxpayers through the medium of bell-ringing and repetitive manual labor. The spiritual franchise model. The Spanish mission was not just a church, it was a colonial franchise. It was a self-contained unit of Europeanization. The idea was to gather the infidels, teach them to speak Spanish, dress them in sensible woolens, which is a form of torture in a Texas July, and show them how to plow a field. After 10 years, the theory went, these newly minted Spanish citizens would be ready to run their own town, pay their tithes, and live happily ever after. It was a beautiful theory. It looked marvelous on parchment in Mexico City. It had charts. It had budgets. It had everything except a basic understanding of the people they were trying to convert. The primary targets for this grand experiment were the Coahuiltecans of South Texas. Now, the Coahuiltecans were not a single tribe, but a collection of small bands who survived by being the most efficient foragers on the planet. They ate everything from prickly pear pads to ground-up mesquite beans and the occasional protein-rich insect. When the Spanish showed up and said, "If you come live in this stone box and listen to us chant in Latin, we will give you a steady supply of beef and corn," the Coahuiltecans did the math. They realized that sitting in a cool stone building was infinitely preferable to chasing a lizard across a salt flat in 100-degree heat. They didn't necessarily want the theology. They wanted the catering. San Antonio, the oasis of intent. In 1718, the Spanish finally hit upon a location that actually made sense, the San Antonio River. Up until then, they had been trying to build missions in East Texas, where the Caddo looked at the Spanish offerings. looked at their own prosperous cornfields, and essentially told the friars to come back when they had something useful to offer, like better weather or fewer mosquitoes. But San Antonio was different. It had the San Pedro Springs, a gushing, reliable source of water in a land where reliable water is usually a hallucination. Father Antonio de Olivares and Governor Martín de Alarcón established Mission San Antonio de Valero and the accompanying Presidio San Antonio de Beja. This was the birth of San Antonio, a place that would eventually become the heartbeat of Texas. At the time, however, it was just a few brush and mud huts and a grand ambition. The Franciscans, led by men of indestructible faith and very thick robes, began to build. They quarried limestone. They mixed mortar with goat hair and sand, and they constructed the massive, brooding structures that still stand today: San Jose, Concepcion, San Juan, and Espada. These missions were designed to be bastions of order in a world of chaos. They had granaries, workshops, weaving rooms, and irrigation ditches called acequias that turned the dry prairie into a lush garden. To a weary traveler emerging from the brush, the missions must have looked like a miracle, a slice of Seville dropped into the middle of a thorny wasteland. The daily grind, literally. Life in the mission was governed by the bell. There was a bell for waking up, a bell for praying, a bell for eating, and a bell for working. For a person used to the wide-open freedom of the plains, where the only schedule was, "Is the sun up?" and "Am I hungry?" this must have felt like a very slow-motion prison sentence. The friars were earnest men. They truly believed they were saving souls. They taught the natives how to spin wool, how to forge iron, and how to sing hymns. They also tried to explain the complexities of European morality to a people who found the whole concept of owning a piece of dirt to be hilariously absurd. The soldiers in the nearby Presidio, meanwhile, were less concerned with souls and more concerned with the fact that they hadn't been paid in 3 years and their boots were held together by hope and rawhide. There was a constant simmering tension between the cross and the sword. The friars accused the soldiers of mistreating the natives. The soldiers accused the friars of being naive dreamers who didn't understand that a Comanche didn't care about a Latin blessing unless it was delivered with a musket. The unstructured feedback of the Apache and Comanche. The great flaw in the mission plan was that it assumed the wilderness was static. It was not. As we discussed in Chapter 1, the Comanche and the Apache were moving into the neighborhood, and they were not looking for beef and corn handouts. They were looking for horses, and the missions were basically horse supermarkets with very poor security. To the Apache, the missions were a convenient place to hide from the Comanche. They would occasionally convert just long enough to get some food and protection, then disappear back into the hills the moment the heat was off. To the Comanche, the missions were simply targets. They would ride up to the gates, take what they wanted, and ride off, leaving the friars to pray for a divine intervention that rarely arrived in the form of a cavalry charge. In 1758, the Spanish tried to expand the mission system further north to San Saba, near present-day Menard. It was a disaster of spectacular proportions. They built a mission for the Apache, who didn't show up, and instead they were visited by about 2,000 Comanche and their allies who were annoyed that the Spanish were helping their enemies. The Comanche burned the mission to the ground, killed the priests, and proved once and for all that a stone wall is no match for a motivated warrior on a fast horse. the secularization of the dream. By the late 1700s, the Spanish government was starting to realize that the mission system was a very expensive way to produce a very small number of Spanish citizens. The Coahuiltecan populations were being decimated by European diseases like smallpox and measles, the invisible invaders that did more damage than any sword. The missions were becoming ghost towns, staffed by aging friars who were preaching to empty courtyards. The government eventually secularized the missions, which is a fancy way of saying they fired the priests, gave the land to the few remaining inhabitants, and walked away from the bill. Mission San Antonio de Valero, being the most prominent, was turned over to a company of Spanish soldiers from the town of Alamo de Parras. They moved their barracks into the old mission chapel, and people started calling the place the Alamo. It was a name that would eventually mean something quite different, but at the time it was just a drafty old church where soldiers complained about the food and the lack of pay. The legacy of the Mortar. The missions were, by most objective measures, a failure. They didn't civilize Texas. They didn't stop the Comanche. They didn't even manage to keep the French out for very long. The French just started trading through the back door. Most of the people the Spanish tried to save ended up dead of disease or absorbed into the general population of North Mexico. And yet, the missions left behind something that the First Tenants and the Spanish Misadventure did not: a footprint. They left behind the foundations of San Antonio. They left behind the acequias that still flow today. They left behind a style of architecture that people now pay thousands of dollars to replicate in suburban Dallas. Most importantly, they proved that if you want to hold on to Texas, you have to do more than just plant a flag. You have to build. You have to sweat. You have to endure the sun, the wind, and the general inconvenience of a landscape that does not want to be tamed. The friars failed to turn the Comanche into Spanish peasants, but they succeeded in proving that a determined group of people could, with enough limestone and stubbornness, make a home in the heart of the brush. The mortar may have crumbled and the bells may have fallen silent, but the spirits of the first part of our history were now being joined by the dust of a new kind of resident, the Tejano. And as the Spanish Empire began to wobble like a drunkard on a high wire, a new group of dreamers was looking west from the United States, wondering if there was any room left in the stone boxes. Sam's note: "You have to hand it to the Franciscans. It takes a special kind of grit to stand in 100-degree heat, wearing a wool robe, and try to explain the concept of original sin to a man who just wants to know when the next cow is going to be slaughtered." They were the first real estate developers in Texas, even if their tenants had a habit of leaving without paying the rent. Part 2. The Empresarios and the Spark. Chapter 6. The Austin Inheritance, in which Moses dreams of a kingdom and Stephen inherits a very large bill. By the year 1820, the Spanish Empire in North America was looking very much like a grand old mansion that had been left out in the rain for a century too long. The roof was leaking, the floorboards were rotting, and the neighbors were starting to eyeball the silver. The Spanish authorities in Mexico City were exhausted. They had tried missions, they had tried presidios, and they had tried ignored indifference. Yet Texas remained stubbornly un-Spanish and remarkably full of people who didn't care about the king's health. It is into this atmosphere of imperial fatigue that we introduce Moses Austin. Now, Moses was a man of the 19th century, which is to say, he was a serial entrepreneur with a chronic habit of being incredibly wealthy right up until the moment he was spectacularly bankrupt. He had mined lead in Virginia and Missouri, founded a bank, and lived like a local potentate until the Panic of 1819 arrived to remind him that paper money is often just a fancy way of saying good luck. At 54 years old, an age where most men of his era were settling into a comfortable rocking chair and a moderate case of gout, Moses decided that his best chance for a comeback was to ride 800 miles into a wilderness he didn't own, to ask a government that didn't like him for a piece of land they couldn't control. It was the sort of plan that makes a man's family start looking into the legal requirements for a conservatorship. The Baron and the Hail Mary Pass. Moses arrived in San Antonio de Bexar in December of 1820. He looked like a man who had been dragged through 800 miles of brush, which he had. He presented his case to Governor Antonio Maria Martinez. He wanted to bring 300 Catholic families from the United States to settle in Texas. Governor Martinez, who had likely spent his morning dealing with Comanche raids and empty treasury chests, told Moses to go away. In fact, he told him to leave San Antonio immediately, and if he wasn't out of the province in a few days, he'd be seeing the inside of a Spanish dungeon, which I'm told had very poor ventilation and even worse room service. Moses walked out of the governor's palace feeling the heavy weight of his last failure, but as luck, or perhaps a bit of divine comedy would have it, he ran into an old acquaintance on the plaza, the Baron de Bastrop. Now, the Baron was about as much a baron as I am a prima ballerina. He was actually a Dutchman named Philip Hendrik Neringbogel, who was on the run from tax fraud charges in Europe. He had reinvented himself as a nobleman because, in the Spanish colonies, a title was better than a passport. Bastrop knew everyone, and more importantly, he knew how to talk to Spaniards. He convinced the governor to give Moses a second hearing. He argued that these American settlers would act as a buffer against the savage tribes. In a moment of "what have we got to lose?" desperation, the Spanish authorities said yes. Moses Austin had his grant. He headed back to Missouri to gather his colonists, but the journey had broken him. He contracted pneumonia, and on his deathbed, he gasped out a final request to his son, Stephen: finish the Texas Project. It is a terrible thing to leave a son an inheritance that consists entirely of a giant headache and 300 square miles of rattlesnakes. The reluctant father of Texas. Stephen F. Austin was 27 years old. He was a lawyer, a former legislator, and a man who appreciated order, quiet, and a well-pressed shirt. He did not particularly want to be a pioneer. He did not want to herd 300 families of unruly Americans into a swamp. But Stephen was a man of Victorian duty, and he had a dying wish hanging over his head like a dark cloud. He traveled to Texas in 1821 to scout the land. He chose the area between the Brazos and Colorado rivers, land so fertile it was said you could plant a toothpick and harvest a fence. But just as he was getting started, history decided to pull the rug out from under him. Mexico won its independence from Spain. Suddenly, Stephen's Spanish land grant was as worthless as a politician's promise. The New Mexican government didn't know who he was, and they weren't sure they wanted 300 Americans living in their backyard. The Mexico City Hustle. Stephen F. Austin did the only thing a sensible man could do. He went to Mexico City to lobby. He spent a year there. He learned Spanish, he studied the local politics, and he watched as the Mexican government changed leaders more often than most people change their socks. He saw the rise and fall of Emperor Agustin de Iturbide, a man who tried to turn Mexico into a European-style monarchy, and found that the locals were not in a long live the king mood. Austin was a master of the patient grind. He didn't shout, he didn't demand. He navigated the labyrinth of Mexican bureaucracy with the skill of a man who knows that if you wait long enough, the person who told you no will eventually be replaced by someone who doesn't care. Finally, in 1823, he secured the imperial colonization law. He was officially an impresario, a land agent with the power to hand out acreage, organize a militia, and act as a sort of benevolent, overworked dictator for his colony. The Old 300 and the fine print. Back in the United States, the offer was irresistible. In the U.S., land cost $1.25 an acre, cash up front. In Austin's colony, you could get 4,428 acres for a nominal fee and a promise to be a good citizen. It was the greatest real estate deal in the history of the world, provided you didn't mind the fine print. The fine print was this: to live in the colony, you had to be a person of good moral character. You had to be, or pretend to be, Catholic, and you had to become a Mexican citizen. Now, good moral character was a flexible term. In the 1820s, it mostly meant not currently being chased by a sheriff. As for the Catholicism, most of the settlers were Scots-Irish Protestants from the South who viewed the Pope with the same suspicion they viewed a tax collector. They signed the papers, nodded during the Latin blessings, and then went back to their cabins to read their King James Bibles in private. It was a don't ask, don't tell policy that worked remarkably well until it didn't. These first settlers, the Old 300, were a rugged lot. They brought their families, their slaves, their dogs, and their stubbornness. They cleared the bottomlands, fought the Karankawa, and built houses out of logs and sweat. They were the industrious class that Austin wanted. He didn't want speculators. He wanted farmers. He wanted people who would put down roots and pay their taxes, or at least acknowledge that the taxes existed. The burden of the middleman. Stephen F. Austin spent the next decade being the most stressed-out man in North America. He was the middleman between a suspicious Mexican government and a group of settlers who viewed any government intervention as a personal insult. The Mexicans would say, "Your people aren't becoming Catholic fast enough." And Austin would write back, "They're working on it, I promise." The settlers would say, "The government wants us to pay a tariff on our coffee." And Austin would say, "Please, just pay it so they don't send the army." He was a diplomat in buckskins. He was the buffer that kept the gringo influx from turning into a revolution for 12 years. He spent his own money, ruined his health, and never married, all to manage a colony that his father had dreamed up as a way to pay off a lead mining debt. The reality of the inheritance. By the late 1820s, Austin's colony was a success. It was a thriving, growing enclave of American-style agriculture in the heart of Mexico. But Austin had opened a door that he couldn't close. The success of his colony proved that Texas was profitable, and soon other impresarios were lining up for grants. The Austin inheritance wasn't just a piece of land, it was a shift in the tectonic plates of the continent. Moses had dreamed of a fortune. Stephen had built a society. But in doing so, he had invited 300 families into a situation where they were technically Mexicans, culturally Americans, and geographically isolated from both. It was a fairly legal enterprise that was held together by Stephen F. Austin's sheer willpower and a great deal of paperwork. But as the 1830s approached, the paperwork was starting to tear, and the good moral character of the settlers was about to be tested by a government that decided it had finally seen enough of the gringo influx. Sam's note, you have to feel for Stephen. He was the kind of man who wanted a quiet life in a library, and instead, he spent his years arguing with Mexican generals and Tennessee woodsmen. He inherited a dream that turned into a full-time job with no vacation pay and a very high risk of being shot. That's the problem with family legacies. You usually get the debt along with the name. Chapter 7. The Gringo Influx, in which GTT becomes the most popular three-letter word in the South. If you had wandered through the backwoods of Tennessee, the red clay hills of Georgia, or the piney barrens of Alabama in the year 1825, you would have noticed a curious epidemic. It wasn't the egg, and it wasn't the smallpox. Though those were certainly doing a brisk business, it was a linguistic phenomenon. On the doors of abandoned cabins, on the gates of empty corrals, and occasionally carved into the bark of a stump where a man's pride used to be, were three chalked letters, G-T-T. Gone to Texas. It was the 19th century equivalent of a disappearing act, performed with a piece of chalk and a very fast horse. In the United States, GTT was a shorthand for a variety of conditions, most of them involving a sheriff, a frustrated banker, or an ex-wife with a very long memory. To the American South, Texas was not just a geographic location. It was a cosmic reset button. It was the place where your past could be buried under 6 inches of topsoil and your future could be measured in thousands of acres of free dirt. The anatomy of a Texian immigrant. Now, the people who were scrawling GTT on their doors were not, generally speaking, the sort of folks who were invited to tea at the White House. They were a restless, itchy-footed breed of men and women who viewed a neighbor's chimney smoke as a sign of overcrowding. They were the spiritual descendants of Daniel Boone, men who felt that if you could see the light from a neighbor's window at night, it was time to move further west before the property values started to go up and the freedom started to go down. There were 3 main categories of the gringo influx. The debt dodgers. These were men who had discovered that the American banking system was a heartless machine designed to turn a man's dreams into a collection of overdue notices. In Texas, a man's debts didn't follow him across the Sabine River. The river acted as a sort of financial baptism. You went in a bankrupt blacksmith and came out a landed proprietor with a clean slate and a fresh start. The land hungry. These were the younger sons of large families who had realized that the family farm in Virginia had been divided so many times that their inheritance was a patch of dirt barely large enough to bury a cat. To them, Stephen F. Austin's offer of 4,428 acres was like being told you could have the moon if you were willing to go pick it up. The adventurers and other miscreants. These were the men who simply liked the smell of trouble. They were the restless souls who found civilization to be a tight collar and a pair of shoes that pinched. They wanted a place where the law was a suggestion, the neighbors were scarce, and the primary form of entertainment was seeing how long you could go without being eaten by something larger than yourself. The cultural collision, log cabins versus haciendas. When these gringos arrived in Texas, they brought with them a very specific set of cultural baggage. They didn't just bring their families and their iron pots. They brought an entire worldview that was as rigid as a hickory plank. They brought the log cabin, the Kentucky rifle, and a profound bone-deep suspicion of any government that didn't let them do exactly what they wanted 24 hours a day. The Mexican government, on the other hand, had a very different vision. They expected these new citizens to become Tejanos. They expected them to learn Spanish, to appreciate the slow, methodical pace of Mexican bureaucracy, and to embrace the Catholic Church, or at least stop making fun of the incense. It was a recipe for a spectacular misunderstanding. The Americans arrived and immediately began building square cabins, planting cotton, and demanding trial by jury. The Mexicans looked at these arrivals and saw a group of noisy, unwashed individualists who didn't understand the concept of communal responsibility, and who seemed to think that every disagreement could be settled with a duel or a lawsuit. The slavery complication. We must speak of the elephant in the room, which in 1820s Texas was the presence of enslaved people. Many of the settlers from the American South brought their human property with them. To the Alabama planter, Texas was the new frontier for King Cotton, and cotton required labor. Mexico, however, was moving toward abolition. The Mexican Revolution had been fueled by a desire for liberty, and the idea of slavery sat very poorly with the new republic's leaders. In 1829, President Vicente Guerrero officially abolished slavery in Mexico. The Texians, as the American settlers were now calling themselves, went into a collective panic. They didn't see slavery as a moral issue. They saw it as a property rights issue. Stephen F. Austin, ever the diplomat, spent months writing frantic letters to Mexico City, explaining that his colonists couldn't possibly survive without their contract laborers. The Mexican government, in a move of classic bureaucratic flexibility, eventually exempted Texas from the law for a while. But the seed of distrust had been planted. The Texians realized that their property was only safe as long as the government was looking the other way. It was the first major crack in the foundation of the relationship. The gringo work ethic, or the hustle. If there was one thing the Mexicans and the Texians could agree on, it was that the Texians were incredibly busy. While the Spanish and Mexican approach to the land was often one of ranching, letting cattle roam over vast distances while you sat on a porch and waited for them to multiply, the Americans were farmers. They wanted to clear the brush, plow the dirt, and turn the wilderness into a grid of profitable squares. They worked with a frantic, nervous energy that the locals found exhausting to watch. They were constantly building something, fixing something, or arguing about where a fence line should be. They were progressive in the most irritating sense of the word. They wanted to change everything they saw to make it look like the place they had just fled from. They also brought a new kind of social life. Instead of the fandango and the plaza, they brought the house raising, the quilting bee, and the camp meeting. They gathered in the woods to listen to itinerant preachers shout about hellfire for 6 hours at a stretch, which I suppose was a fair trade for a week of isolation in a cabin with nothing to talk to but a mule. The boiling point of 1830. By the late 1820s, the Mexican government began to realize that the gringo influx was no longer a trickle. It was a flood. There were now more Americans in Texas than there were Mexicans. The buffer they had created to protect themselves from the Comanche was starting to look like a Trojan horse. A Mexican general named Manuel de Mier y Terán was sent to inspect the colonies. He was a brilliant, observant man, and what he saw terrified him. He wrote back to Mexico City that the North Americans have taken over everything. He noted that the schools were in English, the newspapers were in English, and the people were essentially living as if they were in the United States. With the Mexican flag being nothing more than a colorful decoration they occasionally ignored. He warned that if something wasn't done immediately, Texas would be lost. The result was the law of April 6, 1830, which we shall discuss in the next chapter. It was an attempt to close the door after the horse had not only bolted, but had already started its own family in the next county. The spirit of gone to Texas. The gringo influx changed the DNA of the land. It turned a Spanish province into a frontier laboratory. The people who came were not the best or the brightest of the United States. They were the most desperate, the most ambitious, and the most stubborn. They didn't come to fit in. They came to take over, whether they realized it or not. They were a people who believed that the world belonged to whoever could hold it, and they were very good at holding things. They loved their families, they loved their rifles, and they had a very flexible relationship with the truth when it came to land titles. They were the Texians, a new breed of human that was part Southern, part Western, and entirely convinced that they were the main characters in a story that was just getting started. The gone to Texas signs were gone from the cabins in Tennessee, but the spirit of the sign, the idea that a man could simply walk away from his life and start a new one on his own terms, was now the official policy of a several thousand square miles of brush. And God help anyone who tried to tell them otherwise. Sam's note: there is something inherently American about the GTT sign. It's the ultimate "I'm not playing your game anymore" move. Of course, the trouble with moving to a place to get away from the law is that, eventually, you are the law, and then you have to deal with people who move there to get away from you. It's a cycle of annoyance that has no end. Chapter 8. The Law of 1830, in which Mexico tries to close the gate, only to find the fence jumpers have already started rearranging the furniture. There is a particular kind of panic that sets in when a government realizes it has accidentally invited a guest who has not only moved into the spare bedroom, but has also begun knocking down walls to install a bay window and a cotton gin. By 1828, the Mexican authorities in Mexico City, who were already busy enough trying to decide which general should be president this Tuesday, looked north and realized that Texas was no longer a Spanish-speaking province. It was a loud, English-speaking, rifle-toting extension of Tennessee that happened to be flying a Mexican flag purely for the sake of appearances. The man sent to confirm this horrifying suspicion was General Manuel de Mier y Terán. Now, Terán was a man of high intellect, deep patriotism, and a tragic sense of foresight. He was the only adult in the room in a government made of toddlers. He spent a year touring the colonies, and his report back to Mexico City was essentially a 400-page scream of, "We are losing Texas." He noted that for every one Mexican in East Texas, there were 10 Americans. He noted that the schools were taught in English, the currency was the U.S. dollar, and the local settlers viewed the Mexican government with the same distant bored tolerance one might show a senile uncle. He famously wrote that if something wasn't done immediately, Texas would be lost forever. The something the government decided to do was the law of April 6, 1830. It was a piece of legislation that had all the charm of a slap in the face and all the effectiveness of a no trespassing sign in a hurricane. The no vacancy sign on an open field. The law of April 6, 1830, was designed to stop the gringo influx dead in its tracks. It contained several provisions that were practically engineered to make a Texian's blood boil. Immigration from the United States was suspended. Unless you already had a specific, unexpired contract with an impresario like Austin, the door was officially slammed shut. Slavery was strictly prohibited. While previous laws had been vague or riddled with loopholes, this was a direct shot at the economic engine of the cotton-growing settlers. Customs duties were established. Up until now, the Texians had enjoyed a 10-year tax holiday. Now, the government wanted to tax their coffee, their cloth, and their whiskey. To an American, taxes and tyranny are synonyms that start with the same letter for a reason. Military posts were to be built. The government decided that what Texas really needed was more soldiers, not to protect the settlers from the Comanche, but to protect the government from the settlers. It was a bold move. It was also an admission of failure. You don't pass a law to stop people from coming to your country if you think they actually want to be there. The enforcement problem, or the border, is a suggestion. The trouble with the law of 1830 was that Mexico had a law, but no way to order. The border between the United States and Texas was the Sabine River, a muddy, winding ribbon of water that was remarkably easy to cross if you didn't mind getting your boots wet. Trying to stop Americans from moving toward cheap land is like trying to stop a cat from finding a sunbeam. They didn't stop coming, they just stopped asking for permission. They stopped being legal colonists and started being squatters, which, in the grand scheme of things, made them even harder to manage. A squatter has no contract to lose and no reason to play nice with the authorities. To enforce this new law, Mexico sent soldiers and established new forts, most notably at Anahuac and Velasco. They also appointed officials to collect the new taxes. One of these officials was a man named Juan Davis Bradburn. Now, Bradburn is a fascinating character in the comedy of history. He was actually an American, John Davis Bradburn, who had joined the Mexican army and changed his name. There is nothing more zealous than a convert, and Bradburn took his job of enforcing Mexican law with a level of pedantry that would make a librarian blush. He was arrogant, he was stubborn, and he had a gift for making enemies that bordered on the supernatural. the Anahuac kerfuffle. The friction at Anahuac was the first real spark of the ruckus. Bradburn began arresting settlers for minor infractions, interfering with local land titles, and, most unforgivably, refusing to return runaway slaves who had fled to his fort. The Texians, being a people who viewed due process as something that happened at the end of a long conversation involving a rope and a tree, were outraged. They organized a militia. They marched on Anahuac. They even drafted a document called the Turtle Bayou Resolutions, where they cleverly claimed they weren't actually rebelling against Mexico. They were just supporting a different Mexican general, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, who was currently leading a liberal revolt against the central government. It was a brilliant bit of political theater. "We aren't traitors," they said with a straight face. "We're just very enthusiastic fans of the opposition." The death of the peaceful colony. The law of 1830 effectively ended the era of polite cooperation that Stephen F. Austin had worked so hard to build. Austin himself was horrified. He saw his dream of a loyal, prosperous Mexican province evaporating in a cloud of tax disputes and military posturing. He spent the next few years traveling back and forth to Mexico City, trying to get the law repealed. He argued that the law was punishing the good settlers for the actions of a few bad ones. He used every ounce of his diplomatic skill to convince the Mexican authorities that if they just let the Americans come in legally, they could at least keep track of them. But the damage was done. The law of April 6, 1830, had convinced the Texians that Mexico was no longer a partner, but a master. And if there is one thing a man who has scrawled GTT on his door hates, it is a master. The furniture is rearranged. By 1832, the fence jumpers had indeed started rearranging the furniture. They were no longer talking about how to be better Mexican citizens. They were talking about rights, liberties, and the inherent right of a man to not pay for his own coffee twice. The Mexican government, meanwhile, was in a state of perpetual chaos. Santa Anna eventually won his revolution and became president, and for a brief moment, the Texians thought they had won. They thought the liberal Santa Anna would repeal the law of 1830 and let them get back to the business of growing cotton and ignoring the government. They were wrong. Santa Anna, as it turned out, was a liberal only until he got into power, at which point he decided that what Mexico really needed was a dictator with a fancy uniform and a very short temper. The law of 1830 didn't stop the revolution, it choreographed it. It drew the lines in the sand, it identified the villains, and it gave a group of grumpy woodsmen a reason to start cleaning their rifles. The gate was closed, the lock was rusted, and the neighbors were already in the kitchen making themselves a sandwich and wondering where the owner kept the silverware. Sam's note: you have to admire the bureaucratic ego. Only a man in a mahogany office in Mexico City could believe that a piece of paper would stop a 1,000-mile migration of people who had already survived the Atlantic Ocean and the Appalachian Mountains. A law is only as good as the man holding the musket at the end of it, and in Texas, the muskets were starting to point the wrong way. Chapter 9. The Cannon at Gonzales, in which a small piece of bronze becomes a large problem, and the come and take it flag is born. If you wish to start a revolution, history suggests you need a grand grievance, a heavy tax on tea, a king with an unfortunate habit of beheading his wives, or perhaps a fundamental disagreement over the divine right of monarchs. But in Texas, because the land is larger and the people are more contrary, the spark that finally set the prairie on fire was a small bronze 6-pounder cannon that was roughly the size of a large dog and possessed about as much military utility as a well-aimed brick. The town of Gonzales was, in 1835, a quiet little settlement on the Guadalupe River. It was the capital of DeWitt's colony, and like most Texas towns of the era, it was primarily composed of mud, optimism, and people who were tired of being told what to do. Back in 1831, the Mexican authorities had loaned the town a small cannon to help scare off the Comanche. It was a loan, in the same way a neighbor loans you a lawnmower. The understanding was that you'd use it, keep it from rusting, and return it if the owner ever got around to asking for it. For 4 years, the cannon sat in Gonzales, largely ignored. It was too small to knock down a wall and too heavy to carry on a hunt. It was, essentially, a piece of civic lawn furniture. But by September of 1835, the political climate in Mexico had shifted from unsettled to tyrannical. General Santa Anna had torn up the Constitution of 1824, declared himself the Napoleon of the West, and decided that the best way to deal with the grumbling Texians was to disarm them. The request and the Texas no. Colonel Domingo de Ugartechea, the Mexican commander at San Antonio, sent a small squad of 5 soldiers to Gonzales to retrieve the cannon. It was a routine request. "Give us back our gun," the message essentially said. "We don't want you people having ideas about using it." Now, a sensible people, a people who valued their peace and their property, might have handed over the little bronze tube and gone back to their cornfields. But the people of Gonzales were not sensible. They were Texians. And to a Texian, being asked to give up a weapon is not a legal request. It is a theological insult. The alcalde of Gonzales, Andrew Ponton, did what any good bureaucrat does when faced with an unpleasant demand. He lied. He told the Mexican soldiers that he couldn't possibly give up the cannon without the permission of the political chief, who just happened to be out of town, probably fishing, or perhaps hiding in a thicket. While the soldiers waited, the people of Gonzales didn't use the time to pack their bags. Instead, they used it to send out riders to every neighboring settlement with a message that translated roughly to, "The Mexicans are coming for the gun. Bring your rifles and your best swearing hats." The arrival of the Old 18 and the reinforcements. By the time a larger force of 100 Mexican dragoons under Lieutenant Francisco de Castañeda arrived on the banks of the Guadalupe, they found that the ferry had been removed, the boats were hidden, and the riverbank was lined with 18 armed men who looked remarkably uncooperative. These were the Old 18, the original defenders who decided that the river was a fine place for a standoff. Castañeda, who seems to have been a man of some patience and a great deal of common sense, didn't want to fight. He just wanted the cannon. He set up camp and tried to negotiate. He asked to see the alcalde. The Texians replied that the alcalde was busy. He asked why they were keeping the gun. They replied that they liked the gun. It was a conversation between a man trying to follow orders and a group of men who had decided that orders were merely suggestions they had chosen to ignore. Meanwhile, more Texians were pouring into Gonzales. Men from the Colorado, the Brazos, and the Lavaca arrived, carrying long rifles and an enthusiasm for trouble that was starting to look like a full-blown army. The creation of the legend and the flag. It was during this tense wait that the most famous piece of folk art in Texas history was created. The women of Gonzales, specifically Cynthia Burns and Eveline DeWitt, decided that if they were going to have a ruckus, they ought to have a flag to go with it. They took a white silk wedding dress or a piece of linen, depending on which historian you believe and how much whiskey they've had, and painted a crude image of the cannon on it. Above the cannon, they painted a single star. Below it, they wrote 4 words that have since been shouted, whispered, and tattooed across the state. Come and take it. It was a masterpiece of 19th century marketing. It took a minor property dispute and turned it into an epic struggle for liberty. It was the ultimate double dog dare. When the Texians unfurled that flag on the banks of the river, they weren't just defending a piece of bronze, they were announcing their independence from the very idea of being told no. The Battle of Gonzales, a comedy in one act. On the morning of October 2nd, 1835, the Texians decided they were tired of waiting. Under the command of John Henry Moore, about 150 men crossed the river in the fog. They had the little cannon with them, stuffed to the muzzle with scrap metal and whatever else they could find in a blacksmith shop. As the sun began to burn off the mist, the Texians opened fire. The little cannon went bang, a sound that was likely more impressive to the ears than it was to the Mexican line. There was a brief skirmish. A few shots were fired. 1 Mexican soldier was killed, and 1 Texian had his nose bloodied when he fell off his horse, a casualty that I imagine was omitted from the more heroic retellings of the day. Castaneda, realizing that he was outnumbered, outgunned in terms of enthusiasm, and facing a group of men who were clearly itching for a real fight, did the only sensible thing. He retreated. He rode back to San Antonio to tell Colonel Ugartechea that the people of Gonzales were being difficult. The ruckus is officially on. The Battle of Gonzales was not a military masterpiece. In any other part of the world, it would have been dismissed as a riot or a misunderstanding between neighbors. But in the context of 1835, it was the point of no return. The news spread like a wildfire across the colonies. The Texians had fired on Mexican troops. They had refused a direct order. They had flown a flag of defiance. The peace party, which had spent years trying to negotiate with Mexico, was suddenly drowned out by the war party. The cannon at Gonzales became a symbol. It didn't matter that it was small. It didn't matter that it was technically Mexican property. What mattered was that it was theirs now. The dispute over a piece of bronze had provided the one thing every revolution needs: a clear, simple reason to start shooting. As the volunteers began to march toward San Antonio, they weren't thinking about the long-term geopolitical consequences of their actions. They weren't thinking about the might of the Mexican army or the tactical brilliance of Santa Anna. They were thinking about that flag. They were thinking about the fact that they had dared the government to come and take it, and the government had blinked. Sam's note. There is a lesson here for all aspiring dictators. If you're going to ask a group of stubborn woodsmen to give something up, make sure it's something they actually want to get rid of, like their mother-in-law or a bad debt. Never ask for their weapons. It's a bit like asking a cat to bark. It's not going to happen, and you're likely to get scratched in the process. The little ruckus at Gonzales was the end of the beginning. The Texians were no longer just grumpy settlers. They were rebels. And as they turned their eyes toward the old mission walls of San Antonio, they were about to find out that "come and take it" is a very easy thing to say, but a very hard thing to live through when the real army shows up. Chapter 10. The Consultation of 1835, in which a room full of rugged men discover that arguing is the national pastime of Texas. If you gather 3 Americans in a room to discuss the weather, you will inevitably end up with 4 distinct political parties, 2 competing newspapers, and at least 1 duel scheduled for dawn. This is a fundamental law of our species, right alongside the tendency to believe that the grass is always greener on the other side of a disputed border. By November of 1835, the grass in Texas was being trampled by the boots of volunteers, and the disputed border was being defended by anyone with a rifle and a grudge. Following the ruckus at Gonzales and the capture of the fort at Goliad, the Texians found themselves in a curious predicament. They were essentially at war, but they hadn't quite decided what they were at war for. It is a uniquely human trait to start a fire first and then hold a committee meeting to decide whether you were trying to cook dinner or burn down the house. The venue for this grand deliberation was San Felipe de Austin, a town that served as the social and political hub of the colonies. In 1835, San Felipe consisted primarily of a few log buildings, a great deal of mud, and enough tobacco juice to float a small barge. It was here that the consultation was called, a gathering of delegates from across the settlements who had been tasked with the impossible job of making sense of the chaos. The cast of characters, Whigs versus Buckskins. The men who descended upon San Felipe were a remarkable cross-section of frontier humanity. You had the War Party, led by fire-eaters like William Wharton and Branch T. Archer, men who believed that the only proper relationship with Mexico involved a clean break and a very long fence. Then you had the Peace Party, or the moderates, who still hoped that if they just explained things clearly enough to Santa Anna, he might stop being a dictator and go back to his hobbies. And then there was Stephen F. Austin. He had recently returned from a year-long stint in a Mexican prison, an experience that tends to dampen one's enthusiasm for diplomatic nuance. Austin was thin, frail, and exhausted, but he was still the father of Texas, and his presence lent the proceedings a gravity they might otherwise have lacked. When Austin, the man who had spent a decade preaching loyalty to Mexico, stood up and said that war was the only option, the room went quiet. It was like watching a librarian pick up a battle axe. You knew the time for quiet conversation was officially over. Finally, we must mention a newcomer to the scene, a man who possessed enough personality to fill the entire Brazos River Valley, Sam Houston. He arrived in a coat made of buckskin, stood 6'6" in his stockings, and carried himself with the air of a man who was already planning where to put his statue. Houston was a protege of Andrew Jackson, a former governor of Tennessee, and a man who understood that in a revolution, the person who speaks the loudest and carries the biggest sword usually gets to write the history books. The great debate, revolution or reform? The consultation was, in essence, a 3-week-long shouting match disguised as a legislative session. The central question was this: were they fighting for independence, or were they fighting for the Mexican Constitution of 1824? It sounds like a minor legal distinction, but in 1835 it was the difference between being a patriot and being a traitor. The moderates argued that if they declared independence, they would lose the support of the Mexican liberals who also hated Santa Anna. They wanted to claim they were merely defending their rights as Mexican citizens against a centralist usurper. It was a very clever, very lawyerly position. "We aren't leaving the house," they said. "We're just locking the door until the landlord stops being a maniac." The radicals, meanwhile, thought this was nonsense. They pointed out that they had already fired a cannon at Mexican troops and captured Mexican forts. You don't shoot a man's soldiers and then ask him for a civil conversation about constitutional amendments. They wanted a clean break, a Republic of Texas, with its own flag, its own laws, and no more paperwork in Spanish. The Declaration of November 7th, a masterpiece of hedging. After days of arguing in a room that likely smelled of wet wool, stale smoke, and the frantic energy of men who hadn't slept, the delegates reached a compromise. On November 7, 1835, they issued a declaration that is a masterpiece of having your cake and eating it too. They declared that they had taken up arms in defense of the Constitution of 1824. They claimed they were still loyal to Mexico, provided Mexico returned to a federalist government. But they added a little fine print at the end. If Santa Anna didn't change his ways, they reserved the right to do whatever they pleased. It was a declaration designed to please everyone and satisfy no one. It was a conditional revolution. It allowed the Texians to keep fighting while maintaining a shred of legal cover. It was the 19th century version of "It's Complicated" on a social media profile. The Provisional Government, a sitcom in the making. Having failed to decide exactly what they were fighting for, the consultation proceeded to fail even more spectacularly at creating a government. They established a provisional government consisting of a governor, a lieutenant governor, and a general council. The trouble was that they chose Henry Smith as governor and James Robinson as lieutenant governor. Smith was a radical War Party man who hated the council. The council was mostly Peace Party men who hated Smith. Within weeks, the government of Texas was essentially two groups of men in separate rooms, writing angry letters to each other and vetoing every decision the other side made. It was a government that couldn't agree on the time of day, let alone how to fund an army or buy gunpowder. If Santa Anna had been a more efficient dictator, he could have conquered Texas simply by waiting for the provisional government to talk itself into extinction. General Houston and the army of someone. The only thing the consultation managed to do with any degree of foresight was to appoint Sam Houston as the Major General of the Texas Army. This was an excellent decision, as Houston was perhaps the only man in the territory who knew how to turn a mob of grumpy woodsmen into something resembling a military force. However, In keeping with the theme of the consultation, they didn't actually give him an army. They gave him the authority to lead the regular army, which didn't exist yet. But they left the volunteer army, the guys actually standing in the mud at San Antonio, under the control of their own elected officers. Houston found himself in the unenviable position of being a general with no soldiers, a title with no salary, and a government that was currently trying to impeach itself. He looked at the situation, likely sighed a very large Jacksonian sigh, and began the long, frustrating work of trying to bring order to a revolution that preferred its chaos. The legacy of the consultation. The consultation of 1835 is often overlooked in the grand tally of battles and heroics, but it was a crucial moment of Texasing. It proved that while the Texians were very good at fighting, they were even better at being uncooperative. They refused to be led, they refused to be hurried, and they refused to agree on anything except the fact that they didn't like being told what to do. They left San Felipe with a half-baked declaration, a dysfunctional government, and a general who was currently wondering if he should have stayed in Tennessee. But they also left with a sense of momentum. The ruckus was no longer a local dispute in Gonzales. It was a provincial movement. As the delegates rode home through the autumn chill, the volunteers at San Antonio were already looking at the thick stone walls of the old missions. The time for arguing was drawing to a close, and the time for the Mortar to meet the lead was fast approaching. The Texians had spent 30 chapters, or at least 3 weeks, deciding who they were. Now they were about to find out if they could survive being it. Sam's note: there is something profoundly comforting about the fact that the founders of Texas spent their first convention arguing about semantics while an army was marching toward them. It's a reminder that no matter how dire the situation, there is always time for a good, solid disagreement. If you ever find yourself in a room where everyone agrees with you, check your pulse. You're either dead or you've accidentally walked into a mirror showroom. Part 3. Blood and Independence. Chapter 11. The Siege of Bexar, in which Ben Milam asks a question, and the Texians discover that urban planning is best done with a crowbar. By December of 1835, the Army of the People had been sitting outside San Antonio de Bexar for nearly 2 months. I use the term army in the most charitable, imaginative sense possible, much like calling a collection of stray cats a squadron. These were men who had arrived with their own rifles, their own grudges, and a very firm understanding that they could leave whenever the mood struck them or the laundry piled up. They were commanded initially by Stephen F. Austin, a man whose natural habitat was a quiet study filled with leather-bound books, not a muddy camp filled with men who thought discipline was a type of rare tropical disease. Austin eventually realized that he was better suited for diplomacy than for staring at stone walls, and he departed for the United States to beg for money, a noble and ancient Texan tradition. He left the command to Edward Burleson, a solid, dependable man who had the unenviable task of convincing several hundred restless woodsmen to stay in one place during a Texas winter. The grass fight and other military diversions. The siege was not what you'd find in a European textbook. There were no grand maneuvers, no sweeping cavalry charges, and very little in the way of gold braid. Instead, there was a lot of shivering. The Texians were short on food, short on blankets, and dangerously long on opinions. The highlight of this period was the grass fight. A scout named Jim Bowie, a man who carried a knife large enough to be used as a boat oar, spotted a Mexican pack train heading for the city. Rumor immediately swept through the camp that the mules were carrying silver to pay General Cossa's troops. The Texians, ever sensitive to the scent of unearned wealth, scrambled into their saddles and attacked with a ferocity usually reserved for a free barbecue. They captured the mules, tore open the packs with trembling hands, and found grass. It was hay for the horses. The disappointment was so profound you could have heard a pin drop if the wind hadn't been howling. It was a reminder that in war, as in life, if you go looking for a fortune in a dark alley, you'll usually settle for a bale of fodder and a bruised ego. The decision to quit, almost. By early December, the Army had reached its limit. The officers held a council and decided that the sensible thing to do was to pack up, head to East Texas for the winter, and wait for the spring thaw to resume the ruckus. They were ready to go. The wagons were being greased. The fire was being kicked out. But then a man named Ben Milam stepped forward. Milam was a veteran of many things: the War of 1812, Mexican prisons, and several failed business ventures. He was a man who didn't like to leave a job half-finished, especially if that job involved sticking it to a centralist general. He didn't make a speech about freedom or the march of democracy. He simply walked into the center of the camp, drew a line in the dirt with his toe, and shouted the most famous invitation in the history of the state. Who will go with old Ben Milam into San Antonio? It was a brilliant piece of theater. To a Texian, a direct challenge is like a red rag to a bull. About 300 men stepped across the line. The retreat was canceled, and the urban renewal of San Antonio was officially on the schedule. The Battle of the Walls. The attack began before dawn on December 5th. General Martin Perfecto de Cos, Santa Anna's brother-in-law and a man who appreciated a good uniform, had fortified the town. He had cannons at the street corners and snipers on the flat roofs of the adobe houses. The Texians, however, decided that the streets were a dangerous place to be, so they simply stopped using them. They invented a new form of warfare, the crowbar advance. They would break into a house, fight the soldiers inside, and then use crowbars and axes to smash holes through the interior walls into the next house. It was house to house, room to room fighting. It was dusty, it was loud, and it was incredibly personal. You didn't shoot at a regiment. You shot at the fellow behind the sofa in the next parlor. For 4 days, the battle raged. The Texians slowly ate their way through the city like a swarm of very angry termites. They captured the Veramendi house, the Garza house, and eventually pushed the Mexican forces back toward the main plaza and the old mission across the river, the Alamo. The loss of Old Ben. On the 3rd day of the fighting, Ben Milam was killed by a sniper's bullet while crossing the courtyard of the Veramendi house. It was a sobering moment for the volunteers. They had lost the man who had dared them to be there, but instead of retreating, the death of Old Ben seemed to settle their resolve. They didn't have a plan anymore. They had a grudge. And in Texas, a grudge is worth 10 battalions of professional infantry. The surrender of General Cos. By December 9th, General Cos realized his situation was hopeless. His men were exhausted, his supplies were low, and the Texians were currently dismantling his headquarters one brick at a time. He hoisted a white flag from the tower of the San Fernando Cathedral. The terms of surrender were remarkably generous and, in hindsight, remarkably naive. The Texians allowed Cos and his 1,100 soldiers to keep their arms, their flags, and their dignity, provided they promised to go back to Mexico and never again fight against the Constitution of 1824. The Texians watched as the Mexican army marched out of town, feeling very pleased with themselves. They believed the war was over. They believed they had won. They moved into the houses they had just smashed through, lit some fires, and started wondering if there was any celebratory whiskey left in the territory. The illusion of victory. The siege of Bexar was a monumental achievement for a group of volunteers, but it was also a dangerous humbug. It convinced the Texians that professional Mexican soldiers were easily beaten and that the Napoleon of the West would simply accept this defeat and go about his business in Mexico City. They didn't realize that they had just insulted the honor of a man who didn't believe in surrender terms or gentlemanly promises. They didn't realize that General Cos, as soon as he was out of sight, would likely consider his promise to be as binding as a weather report. Most importantly, the victory of Bexar caused the Texas Army to evaporate. Having won the town, most of the volunteers decided their work was done and went home to plant their spring crops. They left behind a small, ragtag garrison to hold the city, a group of men who would soon find themselves staring at the horizon, watching for a dust cloud that would signal the return of the landlord. San Antonio was theirs. They liked the look of it. They liked the history of it. And within a few months, they would find out exactly what it cost to keep it. Sam's note: you have to admire a man who wins a battle by walking through walls. It saves a lot of time on the stairs. But the trouble with winning a fight and then letting your opponent go home to get his big brother is that you eventually have to deal with the big brother. The Texians thought they had closed the book on the revolution, but they had really only finished the introduction, and the next chapter was going to be written in something much more permanent than hay and crowbars. Chapter 12. 13 Days of Glory, in which a crumbling mission becomes a monument through grit and a total refusal to consult a map. If there is one thing a Texian loves more than winning a fight, it is losing one so spectacularly that everyone is forced to write a song about it. There is a specific kind of immortality that can only be achieved by standing in a drafty building surrounded by people who want to kill you and politely declining the opportunity to leave. It is a tactical disaster, but a public relations masterpiece. By early 1836, the Army of Texas had essentially gone home to see if their dogs remembered them. San Antonio was being held by a skeleton crew of about 150 men who spent their days trying to convince the walls of the old mission San Antonio de Valero, now known as the Alamo, to stop falling down. They believed they had plenty of time. They believed the Mexican army was resting comfortably in San Luis Potosi, waiting for the spring grass to grow. They believed that Santa Anna was a man who respected the off-season. They were, as usual, entirely wrong. The Napoleon of the West's winter stroll. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna was many things: a dictator, a dandy, a man who liked to be addressed as Most Serene Highness, and a general who possessed a grudge the size of the Yucatan. He was not about to wait for spring. He gathered an army of 6,000 men, many of them Mayan conscripts who had never seen snow, and marched them across the desert in the middle of one of the worst winters in Mexican history. While the Texians were playing poker and arguing about who owed whom for a jug of corn whiskey, Santa Anna was leading a frozen, starving, but very motivated column of soldiers toward the Rio Grande. He arrived in San Antonio on February 23, 1836, catching the garrison completely by surprise. If the Texians had a lookout that day, he was likely busy investigating the bottom of a barrel. The first the defenders knew of the arrival was the sight of a red flag flying from the tower of the San Fernando Cathedral. In the international language of 19th century warfare, a red flag meant no quarter. It meant, we aren't here for a chat. We are here to kill everyone in the building and then have a late lunch. The odd couple, Travis and Bowie. The defense of the Alamo was led by two men who, under any other circumstances, would have spent their time trying to sue or shoot each other. First, there was William Barrett Travis. He was 26 years old, a lawyer by trade, and a man who took himself with a level of seriousness that bordered on the medicinal. He wore a uniform he had likely designed himself, carried a sword, and was obsessed with glory and duty. He was a romantic who viewed the world through the lens of a Walter Scott novel, where every sunset is a prelude to a noble sacrifice. Then there was Jim Bowie. Bowie was a legend, mostly for being the sort of man who could survive a knife fight while being shot, stabbed, and beaten with a cane, which he actually did at the sandbar fight. He was a land speculator, a slave trader, and a man whose primary social skill was being more dangerous than a cornered rattlesnake. Travis had the rank, Bowie had the men. They argued about who was in charge until Bowie became so ill with what was likely advanced pneumonia or galloping consumption that he was confined to a cot. This left Travis in sole command of a mission that was never intended to be a fortress. The Alamo was a sprawling 3-acre compound with low walls, gaps in the perimeter, and a chapel that didn't even have a roof yet. Defending it with 180 men was like trying to stop the tide with a colander. The guest of honor, David Crockett. Into this mix walked David Crockett, not Davy, as he reportedly preferred David, the most famous man in America. Crockett was a former congressman from Tennessee who had told his constituents that if they didn't re-elect him, they could go to hell, and he would go to Texas. They didn't, and he did. He arrived with a group of Tennessee mounted volunteers and a fiddle. Crockett was a professional celebrity. He understood that his presence was a morale booster, and he spent the siege telling jokes, playing his fiddle, and proving that he was a better shot than most of the Mexican army combined. He wasn't there for a land grant or a political appointment. He was there because he had run out of states to be famous in, and Texas was the only place left that still appreciated a good coonskin cap. The victory or death letter. On the second day of the siege, Travis wrote a letter addressed to the people of Texas and all Americans in the world. It is one of the most stirring documents in the English language, mostly because it was written by a man who knew he was probably going to die and wanted to make sure the world felt guilty about it. I am besieged by 1,000 or more of the Mexicans under Santa Anna, he wrote. I have sustained a continual bombardment and cannonade for 24 hours and have not lost a man. He ended it with the words, "Victory or death." He sent couriers out through the Mexican lines, a feat of bravery that is often overlooked. The letter didn't bring an army to save the Alamo, but it did something much more important. It turned the Texas Revolution into a crusade. It was the ultimate piece of gringo propaganda. By the time the letter reached the outside world, the men inside were already becoming myths. 13 days of psychological warfare. The siege lasted 13 days. It wasn't a constant battle. It was a slow, grinding war of nerves. Santa Anna's cannons hammered the walls, slowly turning the adobe into dust. At night, the Mexican band would play the degüello, an ancient Spanish bugle call that signaled no mercy for the losers. It was the 19th century equivalent of playing a recording of a chainsaw outside someone's bedroom window all night. Inside, the defenders were exhausted. They spent their nights repairing the walls and their days trying to pick off Mexican engineers who were digging trenches closer and closer. On the 8th day, 32 men from the town of Gonzales managed to sneak into the fort. Think about that for a moment. 32 men looked at a doomed mission surrounded by thousands of enemies and decided, that looks like a fine place to spend the weekend. They are known as the Immortal 32, and they brought the total number of defenders to about 189. The final 90 minutes. At 5 a.m. on March 6th, the Mexican army attacked in the dark. They didn't use tactics. They used numbers. Santa Anna sent wave after wave of soldiers at the walls. The Texians met them with everything they had: cannons loaded with horseshoe nails, rifles that didn't miss, and a desperation that made one man worth 10. For a while the walls held, but the sheer weight of the Mexican assault was too much. The soldiers breached the north wall, then the west. The fighting moved into the barracks, then the chapel. It was dark, smoky, and horrific. There was no front line anymore. There was only a series of small, violent rooms. Travis died early, shot in the head on the north wall. Bowie died in his bed, reportedly with his pistols in his hands and a knife at his side, though the accounts vary depending on how much bourbon the storyteller has consumed. Crockett died near the chapel. Some say he fell in battle. Others say he was captured and executed. In the end, it didn't matter. By 6:30 a.m., it was over. The math of martyrdom. Every single combatant defender was killed. Santa Anna spared a few women, children, and a slave named Joe, who belonged to Travis, sending them away to spread the news of his glorious victory. Santa Anna believed he had broken the back of the rebellion. He called the battle a small affair. He thought that by killing the legends, he would kill the cause. He was a very good general, but he was a terrible student of the American character. The fall of the Alamo didn't terrify the Texians. It made them Texas-sized angry. It gave them a battle cry that was worth more than 1,000 cannons. Santa Anna had spent 13 days and hundreds of his own men's lives to win a pile of rubble, and in doing so, he had guaranteed that he would never truly own the land. The Alamo was a defeat by every military standard ever devised, but in the grand, dusty ledger of Texas history, it was the moment the debt was called in. The 13 days of glory had provided the time for a government to form and an army to gather. The men in the mission had held the line, and now the rest of the state had to decide if they were worth the price. Sam's note: "You have to admire the sheer pig-headed stubbornness of it all. Most people, when faced with an army of 6,000, would find a very pressing engagement in another zip code. But the men of the Alamo decided that the most important thing in the world was a crumbling church in San Antonio. They traded their lives for a memory, and I suspect that wherever they are now, they're still arguing about who got the best of the deal." Chapter 13. The Immortal Names, in which we inspect the Trinity of the Alamo and discover that a legend is just a man who stayed in one place long enough to be carved in granite. It is a curious thing about history, especially the Texas variety, that it has a habit of taking perfectly flawed, complicated, and occasionally disreputable men and scrubbing them behind the ears until they shine like Sunday silver. If you had met the Big Three of the Alamo on a street in New Orleans or a tavern in Nashville in 1834, you might have checked your pockets, guarded your land titles, or simply crossed to the other side of the road to avoid a lecture on the virtues of Tennessee whiskey. But once the smoke cleared over San Antonio in March of 1836, these three individuals ceased to be men and became a sort of secular trinity. To understand Texas, one must understand Travis, Bowie, and Crockett, the idealist, the scoundrel, and the celebrity. They were three distinct flavors of American restlessness tossed into a blender of destiny and poured out as a foundation for a republic. William Barrett Travis, the high priest of drama. We begin with William Barrett Travis, a man who, at 26 years old, possessed enough self-importance to fuel a small steam engine. Travis was a lawyer from Alabama who had left behind a wife, a child, and a rather tangled personal life to find glory in the West. He was the sort of young man who probably practiced his heroic stare in a mirror and spent more time on the wording of his letters than he did on his breakfast. Travis was a romantic in the most dangerous sense of the word. He viewed life as a series of chapters in a chivalric novel. He wore a uniform of his own design, a dashing blue coat with enough gold braid to embarrass a peacock, and carried a sword that he likely felt gave him a certain Arthurian gravitas. He was obsessed with the idea of honorable death. Most people try to avoid death as a general rule of thumb, but Travis seemed to view it as a career-advancing move. His famous line in the sand is likely a bit of creative writing added by later historians, but it fits the man perfectly. If there wasn't a line, Travis would have gone out and bought some sand just so he could draw one. He was a man who lived for the spotlight, and when the spotlight finally arrived in the form of 6,000 Mexican bayonets, he didn't blink. He gave Texas its voice, a high-pitched, dramatic, and entirely unyielding shout of victory or death. He was the soul of the resistance, even if he was a bit of a pill at dinner parties. James Bowie, the man with the meat cleaver. If Travis was the silk and swords idealist, Jim Bowie was the rawhide and iron reality. Bowie was a legend long before he reached Texas, mostly because he was a man who lived by a set of rules that were written in blood and property deeds. He was a land speculator who wasn't above a little creative forgery, a slave trader who had worked with the pirate John Lafitte, and a hunter of lost silver mines that likely didn't exist. But what people remember about Jim Bowie is the knife. In 1827, at the sandbar fight near Natchez, Bowie was shot twice, stabbed with a sword cane, and beaten over the head. Most men would have had the decency to die. Bowie, however, pulled out a knife the size of a butcher's cleaver and proceeded to disembowel the man who was trying to kill him. From that day on, every man in the West wanted a Bowie knife, and Jim Bowie became the patron saint of the don't start nothing, won't be nothing philosophy. By the time he reached the Alamo, Bowie was a shell of his former self. He was grieving the death of his wife and children to cholera, and he was dying of a lung ailment that left him coughing up blood. Yet the men of the Alamo followed him. Why? Because in a world of uncertainty, you follow the man who knows how to use a knife in a phone booth. He represented the grit of the frontier, the idea that you might be a scoundrel and you might be dying, but you are never, ever going to be an easy target. David Crockett, the professional Tennessean. Then we have David Crockett. Note the David. He rarely called himself Davy. That was a branding exercise created by the Whig Party and the writers of The Lion of the West. Crockett was the world's first media-made hero. He was a man who had been a scout, a bear hunter, and a 3-term congressman from Tennessee. He was a master of the folksy political style, telling tall tales about grinning down bears and eating lightning while simultaneously navigating the shark-infested waters of Washington, D.C. Crockett came to Texas because he had lost an election and his pride. He famously told his constituents that they could go to hell and he would go to Texas. He arrived in San Antonio not as a soldier looking for a fight, but as a politician looking for a new constituency. He brought with him his Tennessee Mounted Volunteers, a group of men who were essentially his entourage, and a fiddle. During the siege, Crockett was the master of ceremonies. While Travis was writing gloomy letters and Bowie was coughing in a corner, Crockett was on the walls, telling jokes and playing his fiddle to keep morale up. He was a professional celebrity who realized he had accidentally walked into a very real tragedy, and he decided to play his part to the very end. He didn't die for a land grant. He died because David Crockett couldn't be seen running away. He was the myth that walked like a man. The Trinity of the Dust. It is a stroke of narrative genius on the part of fate that these 3 men died together. If they had lived, they would have spent the next 30 years suing each other over land titles in the Texas Supreme Court. Travis would have tried to be president. Bowie would have tried to sell the Capitol building to a group of investors in New Orleans, and Crockett would have likely gone back to Washington to lecture everyone on how he won the war single-handedly. But by dying in that chapel, their flaws were burned away by the gunpowder. Travis gave the Revolution its honor. Bowie gave it its teeth. Crockett gave it its fame. Together, they formed a package deal that the American public couldn't resist. They were the ultimate GTT success story. Proof that you could go to Texas, lose your life, and gain a statue that would stand for 200 years. They were the immortal names. And while the dust of the Alamo has long since settled, their ghosts are still the primary export of San Antonio's tourism board. Every school child in Texas can tell you about the Big Three, though they usually leave out the part about the land fraud and the blue and gold peacocks. And that's fine. History isn't about what a man was, it's about what we need him to be. And in 1836, Texas needed a martyr, a fighter, and a legend. It got all 3 in one go. which is a remarkably efficient bit of business for a crumbling mission in the middle of nowhere. Sam's note: you have to love Crockett. He spent his whole life playing a character named Davy, and when the curtain finally came down, he made sure it was during the biggest show on Earth. As for Bowie, he's probably the only man in history to have a kitchen utensil named after him that can also be used to defend a fort. And Travis? Well, Travis finally got the glory he was so worried about. I hope he likes the gold braid on his statue. It's a bit less than he would have preferred, but it's a start. Chapter 14. The Goliad Tragedy, in which we learn that no quarter is not a suggestion and indecision is a terminal condition. If the Alamo was a grand romantic tragedy written in the ink of victory or death, then Goliad was a grim, bureaucratic horror story written in the leaden prose of wait and see. If history were a theater, the Alamo was the high-stakes drama played out on center stage with all the spotlights humming. Goliad was the dark, drafty alleyway behind the theater where the actors were mugged and the script was thrown into the gutter. To understand Goliad, you must first understand the man in charge, James Walker Fannin, Jr. Fannin was a man who possessed a West Point education, or at least a portion of one, having dropped out after 2 years under a cloud of irregularity and a level of indecision that would make a weather vane look like a pillar of stability. He was a slave trader by trade and a colonel by election, a man who desperately wanted to be a hero, but couldn't quite decide which direction the heroism was located in. The Fortress of Hesitation. Fannin was stationed at Presidio La Bahia in Goliad, which he had grandiosely renamed Fort Defiance. It was a sturdy enough place, boasting stone walls and more cannons than the Alamo, but its primary defect was its commander. While Travis was writing letters of fire and brimstone from San Antonio, Fannin was writing letters to the provisional government asking for advice, supplies, and perhaps a small sign from the heavens that he was doing the right thing. When Travis begged for help, Fannin actually started a relief march. He gathered 300 men, loaded up his wagons, and traveled about a mile before a wagon broke, an ox wandered off, and Fannin decided that the universe was telling him to go back to the fort and have a sandwich. He turned around, leaving the Alamo to its fate and cementing his reputation as a man who could find an excuse for inaction in a clear blue sky. The general who knew what he was doing. While Fannin was rearranging his cannons and debating the finer points of tactical retreat, a real general was approaching from the south. José de Urrea was the most competent officer in the Mexican army, a man who understood that war is a verb, not a philosophical inquiry. He had swept through the coastal settlements like a hot knife through butter, defeating small bands of Texians at San Patricio and Refugio with a ruthless efficiency that should have been a warning to anyone with a pulse. Urrea didn't care about glory. He cared about logistics and speed. He was closing in on Goliad, and Sam Houston, now officially the general-in-chief, sent a frantic order to Fannin: blow up the fort and retreat to Victoria immediately. Now, if a man like Sam Houston tells you to run, you don't stop to check your luggage. You run until your shadow can't keep up. But Fannin, displaying a level of stubbornness usually reserved for mules and tax collectors, waited. He waited for a scouting party that had already been captured. He waited for his men to finish their breakfast. He waited until the Mexican cavalry was practically knocking on the front door. before he finally decided to leave. The Great Picnic of 1836. The retreat from Goliad began on March 19th in a thick fog that felt like a bad omen disguised as weather. Fannon's retreat looked more like a moving sail. He insisted on bringing 9 heavy cannons and a massive amount of baggage. When the wagons got stuck in the mud, he stopped to rest the oxen. When they reached an open prairie called Caddo Creek, just 3 miles from the safety of the woods, Fannin decided it was a lovely place for a nap. His officers begged him to keep moving. They pointed out that being caught in the open prairie was like being a bug on a dinner plate. But Fannin was tired, the oxen were tired, and he assumed the Mexicans were miles away. He was wrong. Urrea's cavalry emerged from the woods like a nightmare, surrounding the Texians in the tall grass. The Battle of Coleto was a desperate affair. The Texians dug in, using their wagons and dead horses for cover, and fought bravely through the night. They had no water, and the screams of the wounded were the only soundtrack to the darkness. By morning, realizing he was surrounded by over 1,000 troops and facing Mexican artillery, Fannin did the one thing he was truly good at. He gave up. The gentleman's agreement. Fannin surrendered under what he believed were honorable terms. He thought his men would be treated as prisoners of war and eventually paroled back to the United States. He signed a document in Spanish, a language he didn't speak particularly well, that actually stated they were surrendering at the discretion of the Mexican government. In the language of Santa Anna, at discretion meant at the end of a firing squad. The Texians were marched back to Goliad and locked inside the very fort they had just abandoned. For a week, they were surprisingly upbeat. They sang songs, played cards, and talked about what they would do when they got back to Georgia or Tennessee. They believed in the rules of war, a concept that Santa Anna viewed with the same contempt he viewed a dull razor. Palm Sunday, the darkest holiday. On March 27, 1836, Palm Sunday, the prisoners were told they were being moved. They were divided into 3 columns and marched out of the fort in different directions. Many of them thought they were going to the coast to board ships for home. They were laughing and joking, carrying their few belongings and dreaming of a hot meal. Once they were about half a mile from the fort, the Mexican guard stopped. They ordered the Texians to kneel. In a matter of minutes, the prairie was filled with the sound of musketry and the silence of the dead. Over 340 men were executed in cold blood. Fannin, being the commander, was saved for last. He was taken to the courtyard of the fort, where he requested that he not be shot in the face and that his watch be sent to his family. The soldiers, following the no-quarter policy with terrifying literalism, shot him in the face, kept his watch, and threw his body on a pile with the others. The Angel and the Aftermath. The only flicker of humanity in this darkness was Francita Alaves, the Angel of Goliad. She was the traveling companion of a Mexican officer, and she had spent the week pleading for the lives of the prisoners. She managed to hide several men and convinced the guards to spare the doctors and the younger boys. She is the only reason the story of Goliad has a witness who wasn't holding a gun. Santa Anna believed that Goliad would be the final blow. He thought that by executing the pirates, as he called the Texians, he would wash his hands of the rebellion. He didn't understand that while a defeat can demoralize a man, an execution makes him a fanatic. The news of the Goliad massacre traveled east, following the refugees of the runaway scrape. It didn't bring fear. It brought a cold, sharp-edged fury. It turned the revolution from a political dispute into a blood feud. When the Texians finally stood at San Jacinto, they didn't just shout, "Remember the Alamo." They shouted, "Remember Goliad." The tragedy at the fort proved that there was no middle ground left. There were no honorable terms with a man like Santa Anna. You either won or you ended up in a ditch on Palm Sunday. Fannon's indecision had cost his men their lives, but their deaths bought the rest of Texas something far more valuable, the realization that the only way out was through the Napoleon of the West. Sam's note. It's a hard thing to read, I know. History has a habit of being a bully when you're looking for a hero. James Fannin wasn't a villain. He was just a man who was promoted 2 levels above his competence and had a fatal habit of overthinking a crisis. He wanted to be a gentleman in a war that was being fought by a tiger. The lesson, I suppose, is that if you find yourself in a room with a red flag and a man who calls himself Most Serene Highness, you should probably spend less time with your luggage and more time with your exit strategy. Chapter 15. The Runaway Scrape, in which everyone in Texas discovers the joys of camping in the rain while being chased by an emperor. If you have ever had the misfortune of being in a room when someone yells fire, you know that the human instinct for self-preservation is a powerful, if somewhat uncoordinated, thing. Now imagine that the fire is a 6,000-man army, led by a man who has already proven he doesn't believe in prisoners, and the room is a few hundred miles of open prairie that has recently been turned into a chocolate-colored soup by a relentless spring rain. This, in essence, was the runaway scrape. It is a modest, almost charming name for what was actually a blind, stumbling, mud-caked exodus of an entire civilization. It was the moment when the grand adventure of Texas stopped being about land grants and glory and started being about how fast you could make an ox move before the Mexican cavalry caught up to your back porch. The Great Texas Disappearing Act. The news of the fall of the Alamo and the massacre at Goliad didn't just travel, it detonated. It was a physical force that hit the settlements like a hurricane. Families who had spent years clearing the brush and building their dream cabins suddenly realized that their property rights were about to be adjudicated by a bayonet. The result was a spectacle that would have made a circus look like a funeral procession. Thousands of people, mostly women, children, and the elderly, since the men were off soldiering in the general vicinity of whatever tavern had the best roomers, abandoned their homes. They packed what they could into wagons, carts, or onto the backs of disgruntled mules. They left behind their furniture, their crops, and their dignity. I've heard stories of fine mahogany pianos being left on the side of the road in the middle of a swamp, looking for all the world like a very sophisticated place for a frog to take a nap. There were heirloom quilts used to wrap sacks of corn, and silver tea sets buried in the woods with the hope that the owner might one day remember which oak tree they had used as a safe deposit box. The general of the long exit. In the middle of this chaos was Sam Houston. Now, Sam Houston was a man who understood the value of a grand entrance, but in the spring of 1836, he was becoming an expert in the strategic exit. He had a regular army of about 400 men, which is roughly the number of people you need to properly staff a large hotel, not defend a republic. Houston knew that if he fought Santa Anna in the open field, his army would be erased from the map before the first bugle call had finished its opening note. So, he did the only sensible thing. He ran. He burned the town of Gonzales and started marching east. His men were not happy. To a Texian volunteer, a retreat is just a fancy word for being a coward. They wanted to turn around and fight. They wanted to remember the Alamo with their rifles, not their heels. They called Houston the big drunk. They called him a traitor. And they suggested that his primary military strategy was to see how much of Texas he could give away before he hit the United States border. But Houston was playing a much deeper game. He was leading Santa Anna further and further from his supply lines, deeper into the mud, and closer to a place where the Napoleon of the West might make a mistake. He was trading space for time, a trade that is only successful if you don't run out of space before you run out of time. The Great Texas Mudfest. We must speak of the rain. In the spring of 1836, the heavens opened up and stayed that way. The Texas prairies, which are lovely when dry, turn into a substance known as gumbo when wet. It is a mixture of clay, spite, and ancient curses. It can pull a boot off a man's foot and keep it as a souvenir. It can swallow a wagon wheel up to the hub and refuse to give it back without a written apology. The refugees were struggling through this mess day and night. They were crossing rivers that had swollen into raging torrents. At the Brazos and the Colorado, hundreds of people waited for days to get across on a single, overworked ferry. There were babies born in the mud, and old men who died in the rain, their last sight being a gray sky and a flooded river. It was a tragedy of biblical proportions, but because it was Texas, it was also a bit of a farce. You had families who had never spent a night outdoors trying to figure out how to cook bacon in a thunderstorm. You had neighbors who had spent years suing each other over fence lines, now sharing a single blanket and a very small piece of hardtack. The runaway scrape was the ultimate equalizer. Nobody looks like a landed proprietor when they are covered in 3 inches of slime and shivering under a piece of sailcloth. The twin sisters and the hope from Ohio. While Houston was retreating and the settlers were fleeing, a small ray of hope arrived from an unlikely place, Cincinnati, Ohio. The citizens of Cincinnati had taken up a collection and sent 2 6-pounder cannons to the Texas cause. They were nicknamed the Twin Sisters. They arrived at the port of Brazoria and were hauled through the mud to join Houston's army. They were beautiful, bronze, and remarkably heavy. To the bedraggled soldiers, these cannons were more than just weapons. They were proof that someone in the civilized world actually cared what happened to them. Houston looked at the twin sisters and likely thought, well, if I'm going to have a fight, I might as well have some backup from Ohio. Santa Anna's victory lap. Meanwhile, General Santa Anna was having the time of his life. He had divided his army into several columns to sweep the country, and he was personally leading the chase after Houston. He was convinced that the revolution was over and that he was simply performing a cleanup operation. He was so confident that he began to make mistakes. He was moving too fast, outstripping his supplies, and becoming increasingly irritated with the chicken, Houston, who wouldn't turn and fight. He burned the seat of the provisional government at Harrisburg and set out to capture the Texas leaders who had fled to Galveston Island. He was a man who believed his own press clippings. He thought he had won because the enemy was running. He didn't realize that in Texas, a man who is running is often just looking for a better rock to hide behind before he starts shooting. The fork in the road. By mid-April, Houston's army reached a literal and metaphorical fork in the road. One path led to the Sabine River and the safety of the United States. The other path led to Harrisburg and the Mexican army. The soldiers were at the point of mutiny. They had reached their limit of mud, rain, and strategic repositioning. They stood at that fork, waiting to see which way the old Raven would turn his horse. If Houston turned toward the Sabine, the Republic of Texas was a dead letter. If he turned toward Harrisburg, he was walking into a fight that would either make a country or provide a very large number of graves. Houston turned toward Harrisburg. The runaway scrape was over. The retreating was finished. The settlers were still huddled in the swamps of East Texas. The rain was still falling, and the Napoleon of the West was still convinced of his own invincibility. But the Texian army, now numbering about 900 men, had finally found their better rock. They were tired, they were dirty, and they were very, very angry. They had spent a month running through the mud, and they were ready to settle the bill. The general inconvenience of the sun was about to be replaced by the specific inconvenience of a Texian with a grudge. Sam's note: you have to admire the efficiency of the Texas refugee. Most people pack a suitcase when they leave. A Texian packs an entire farm and then complains when the mud doesn't cooperate. As for Sam Houston, he proved that the most important part of a retreat is knowing exactly when to stop. If you run too far, you're a tourist. If you stop too soon, you're a target. Houston stopped exactly where he needed to be, even if his men had to threaten to shoot him to make sure he did it. Chapter 16. 18 Minutes at San Jacinto, in which a siesta becomes a geopolitical catastrophe and the Napoleon of the West discovers the dangers of a silk shirt. If you were to ask a sensible person, a person who understands the mathematics of war and the basic requirements of an empire, how long it should take to decide the fate of 1,000,000 square miles of territory, they would likely suggest several years, a dozen treaties, and at least 3 major continental wars. They would certainly not suggest 18 minutes. 18 minutes is the amount of time it takes to wait for a particularly stubborn pot of coffee to boil, or the duration of a medium-sized argument with a mule. It is a negligible fragment of a Tuesday. Yet, on April 21st, 1836, in a swampy bend of the San Jacinto River, 18 minutes was all it took for the Texians to erase a decade of Mexican authority and turn a rebellion of pirates into a sovereign nation. It remains the most efficient bit of business in the history of the Western Hemisphere. A victory so lopsided, so sudden, and so entirely improbable that it suggests either a profound divine intervention or a level of military incompetence on the part of the loser that borders on the miraculous. The geography of a trap. By April the 20th, Sam Houston's army had stopped running. They had reached the banks of Buffalo Bayou, near where it meets the San Jacinto River. It was a place of tall grass, moss-hung oaks, and enough marshland to make a duck feel claustrophobic. Santa Anna arrived shortly thereafter, leading about 1,200 men. He was delighted to find Houston pinned against the water, to a man who viewed himself as the successor to Napoleon Bonaparte. This looked like a classic box-in. He set up his camp with the water at his back and the Texians in front, convinced that he had finally cornered the big drunk and his rabble. Santa Anna's camp, however, violated every rule in the military handbook. He was surrounded by marsh on 3 sides, and his only exit was a bridge over Vince's Bayou. Houston, showing a flash of the old Raven's cunning, sent a scout named Deaf Smith to chop that bridge down. Now, Deaf Smith was a man who, as his name suggests, couldn't hear a lick, but he could track a whisper through a thunderstorm. He took an axe and destroyed the bridge, effectively locking both armies in a room and throwing away the key. There was no retreat for the Mexicans, and there was no retreat for the Texians. It was a winner-takes-Texas arrangement played out in a swamp. The siesta of doom. April 21st dawned clear and hot. The Texians, now numbering about 900 men, spent the morning sharpening their knives and looking at the Mexican lines through the tall grass. They expected an attack. They waited. They watched. Nothing happened. Over in the Mexican camp, Santa Anna had decided that Houston was too frightened to fight. He had received reinforcements that morning under General Cos, the same man who had promised to never fight again in Chapter 11, proving that a politician's promise has the shelf life of a warm oyster. And his men were tired. So, at about 3:30 in the afternoon, Santa Anna ordered a siesta. He allowed his men to unsaddle their horses, stack their muskets, and lie down for a nap in the tall grass. He himself retired to his marquee, likely to enjoy a glass of wine and a bit of opium-flavored relaxation. He didn't even bother to set out sentries. He believed he was dealing with a defeated enemy who was currently looking for a way to swim to Louisiana. It was a level of overconfidence that would have made a professional gambler weep. The 18-minute whirlwind. At 4:30 p.m., Sam Houston gave the order. He didn't use a bugle. He didn't want to wake the neighbors. He simply rode his horse, Saracen, along the line and whispered the command to advance. The Texians emerged from the oak grove in a long, ragged line. They moved through the knee-high grass, keeping their rifles low. In the center of the line were the twin sisters, those 2 6-pounders from Cincinnati, ready to deliver their feedback to the Mexican camp. They were within 200 yards before the Mexican camp realized something was wrong. A lone bugler sounded the alarm, but it was too late. The Texians broke into a run. They weren't a professional army. They were a mob of men who had spent a month running through the mud, who had lost friends at the Alamo and brothers at Goliad. They didn't just charge, they screamed, and the scream had a specific vocabulary. Remember the Alamo! Remember Goliad! The twin sisters let out a roar, firing cut-up horseshoes and scrap metal into the Mexican breastworks. The Texian line hit the camp like a physical weight. The Mexican soldiers, waking from their dreams to find a bearded woodsman with a bowie knife standing over them, did what any sensible person would do. They panicked. The battle, the actual organized fighting, lasted exactly 18 minutes. The Mexican lines disintegrated. The officers couldn't form ranks. The cavalry couldn't reach their horses. It was a rout of the most absolute kind. General Cos, presumably regretting his life choices for the second time in 6 months, fled toward the marsh. The long afternoon of the bill. While the battle was 18 minutes, the slaughter lasted until dark. The Texians, fueled by a cold, sharp-edged fury that had been building for months, chased the Mexican soldiers into the marshes and the bayou. "Me no Alamo!" the Mexican soldiers cried, dropping their weapons and begging for mercy. But for many of the Texians, mercy had died on the floor of the chapel in San Antonio or on the prairie at Goliad. They spent the rest of the afternoon paying the bill in blood. Sam Houston, to his credit, tried to stop the killing. He rode among his men shouting, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, control yourselves!" But he might as well have been shouting at a hurricane. By the time the sun went down, 630 Mexican soldiers lay dead, and another 730 were prisoners. The Texian casualties? 9 dead. It was a statistical impossibility. It was a victory so total that it felt like a prank. Houston himself was wounded. A copper ball had shattered his ankle. But he sat under an oak tree clutching his leg and realized that he had just won a country. The capture of the Napoleon. The only thing missing was the big prize. Santa Anna had disappeared during the chaos. Houston ordered a search party to scour the marshes for anyone who looked important. The next day, a group of Texians found a man hiding in the tall grass near the site of the destroyed Vince's Bridge. He was dressed in the clothes of a common soldier, a linen shirt and simple trousers. But his boots were made of the finest leather, and under his shirt he was wearing a yellow silk vest. They didn't know who he was. They assumed he was just another officer and marched him back to camp. But as they walked through the prisoner pens, the Mexican soldiers began to stand up and salute, whispering, "El Presidente, El Presidente." The game was up. The man in the silk shirt was brought before Sam Houston, who was still lying under his oak tree, his shattered ankle bandaged and his patience thin. Santa Anna, displaying a level of gall that was truly impressive, stood before the wounded general and said, "That man may consider himself born to no common destiny, who has conquered the Napoleon of the West, and now it remains for him to be generous to the vanquished." Houston looked at the man who had ordered the execution of Fannon's men and the slaughter of the Alamo, and he didn't feel particularly generous. He felt like a man who had a very large debt to collect. The Treaties of Velasco. Instead of hanging Santa Anna from the nearest oak, a suggestion that was offered by approximately 900 of his men, Houston realized that a living dictator was worth more than a dead one. He forced Santa Anna to sign the Treaties of Velasco, ordering all Mexican troops to retreat south of the Rio Grande and recognizing the independence of Texas. Of course, the Mexican government back in Mexico City immediately declared the treaties void, arguing that a man with a gun to his head doesn't have the legal capacity to sign away a province. But it didn't matter. The Mexican army was gone. The Napoleon of the West was a prisoner, and the runaway scrape was over. The map of North America had been rearranged in the time it takes to shave. The Lone Star was no longer a crude drawing on a white silk dress. It was a reality. Texas was free. Though it was currently a country with no money, a lot of dead heroes, and a president who was currently being kept in a barn to prevent the army from lynching him. Sam's note. You have to admire the timing. If Santa Anna had skipped his nap, or if Deaf Smith had been a bit slower with the axe, we might all be speaking Spanish and paying taxes to Mexico City today. It's a reminder that history is often decided by the smallest of things. A siesta, a silk shirt, and a bridge that wasn't there when someone needed it. San Jacinto proved that you can win a war in 18 minutes. But as we shall see, running a country for the next 9 years is a much longer, much more annoying affair. Part 4. The Lone Star Republic. Chapter 17. The President in Buckskins, in which Sam Houston tries to run a country with no money, a large debt, and a legislature that prefers dueling to deliberation. There is a grand, sweeping romanticism to the idea of a new republic. It suggests white marble columns, men in powdered wigs discussing the finer points of Greek democracy, and a treasury overflowing with the spoils of a righteous victory. However, when the Republic of Texas opened for business in the autumn of 1836, the reality was a bit more damp. The white marble was actually unpainted pine. The powdered wigs were mostly coonskin caps with the tails still attached, and the treasury was a wooden box containing 3 depreciated Mexican pesos and a very optimistic IOU. Winning a revolution, as it turns out, is the easy part. Any group of sufficiently annoyed woodsmen can win a revolution if they have enough gunpowder and a clear line of retreat. The real trouble starts on Monday morning, when the smoke has cleared and someone has to figure out how to pay for the gunpowder, fix the fences, and convince the neighbors that you are an actual nation and not just a very large, heavily armed social club. The election of the Titan. The first order of business for the new republic was to elect a president. There were 3 candidates: Stephen F. Austin, the father of Texas; Henry Smith, the former provisional governor who had spent most of his tenure trying to fire his own council; and Sam Houston, the hero of San Jacinto. It was not a close race. Austin was a man of the library and the law, a delicate soul who had been broken by Mexican prisons and the stress of managing a colony. Houston, on the other hand, was a man who had just won a country in 18 minutes. To the voters of Texas, men who valued a strong horse and a loud voice above all else, Houston was the only logical choice. He won in a landslide, receiving nearly 80% of the vote. Stephen F. Austin was appointed Secretary of State, but he would only hold the office for 2 months before his exhausted body finally gave out. He died in a drafty room in a 2-room house, having given everything he owned, including his health, to the land. It was a sobering reminder that while the soldiers get the statues, the pioneers usually just get the pneumonia. The capital of mud and mosquitoes. Sam Houston was inaugurated on October 22, 1836, in the town of Columbia. But he soon decided that the republic needed a capital that reflected its grand ambitions. Naturally, he chose a site on Buffalo Bayou that had been founded by 2 brothers from New York, the Allen brothers, who had named the place Houston. In 1837, the city of Houston was a masterpiece of creative marketing. The Allen brothers had advertised it as a metropolis, but the reality was a collection of tents and log huts standing in a swamp. The main street was a river of black mud that could swallow a mule whole, and the mosquitoes were so large and numerous that they were frequently mistaken for the local militia. The Capitol building was a two-story wooden structure that lacked a roof for several weeks during the first legislative session. This meant that the representatives of the people had to debate the future of the nation while holding umbrellas, a visual metaphor for Texas government that remains remarkably accurate to this day. It was a place where the air was thick with the smell of whiskey, swamp gas, and the frantic plotting of men who were all trying to become rich before the next norther blew in. The president's wardrobe, a statement of intent. Sam Houston did not look like a traditional head of state. He was a giant of a man, standing well over 6 feet, and he possessed a wardrobe that was as eclectic as his resume. He had lived with the Cherokee for years. They called him the Raven, and he frequently appeared in public wearing a mixture of buckskins, beaded moccasins, and a bright silk turban. He would occasionally drape a Mexican blanket over his shoulders like a Roman toga and walk through the muddy streets of his namesake city with the air of an emperor who had lost his palace but kept his pride. This wasn't just a fashion choice. It was a political strategy. Houston was a master of the theatrical common man. He wanted the people to know that he was one of them, but he also wanted the diplomats to know that he was a man who could lead a tribe or a nation with equal ease. He was a president in buckskins, presiding over a cabinet that met in saloons and a legislature that carried Bowie knives to work. The arithmetic of despair? Houston's primary headache was money. The Republic had inherited a debt of over $1 million from the war, a staggering sum in 1836, and had absolutely no way to pay it. There was no gold, no silver, and no credit. The government solution was to print its own money, known as star money or redbacks. This was a bold plan that suffered from the minor defect of the money being utterly worthless. Within a year, a Texas dollar was worth about 15 cents in U.S. currency. Merchants refused to take it, soldiers refused to fight for it, and it was primarily used as a very expensive form of kindling. Houston tried to save money by doing the one thing a Texan finds most difficult. He tried to stop fighting. He dismissed the army. This sounds like a drastic move for a new country, but Houston realized that an idle army is just a group of bored men with guns who eventually start wondering why they aren't the ones in charge. A man named Felix Houston, no relation, and a man whose ego was significantly larger than his military talent, wanted to lead the army on a grand invasion of Mexico. To prevent this, Sam Houston sent the troops home on leave and refused to call them back. He replaced the army with the Texas Rangers, a small mobile force that cost a fraction of the price and was significantly better at catching cattle thieves. The annexation flirtation. Houston's long-term plan for Texas was simple. He wanted the United States to take it. He viewed the Republic as a temporary arrangement, a waiting room for statehood. He sent diplomats to Washington, D.C. to beg his old mentor, Andrew Jackson, to let Texas into the Union. But the United States was in no hurry to say, "I do." The Texas question was a political landmine. Northern states didn't want another slave state tilting the balance of power, and the U.S. government didn't want a war with Mexico, which still claimed that Texas was a rebellious province. Jackson eventually recognized the independence of Texas on his last day in office, but annexation remained a distant dream. Houston found himself in the position of a suitor who has been told, "Let's just be friends," while he is standing in the rain with an empty wallet and a house that is currently on fire. The grumpy legislature running the Texas government was like trying to herd a group of wildcats through a maze of red tape. The legislators were mostly men who had come to Texas to escape the law, and they weren't particularly interested in creating a new one. They spent their time arguing over land titles, passing laws that they immediately ignored, and challenging each other to duels in the street. Houston once remarked that the Texas Congress was a body of men who can talk more and do less than any other collection of humans on the planet. He spent his 3-year term vetoing their more ridiculous ideas and trying to keep the country from sliding into total bankruptcy. He was a man of peace in a land of warriors, a man of law in a land of adventurers, and a man of sobriety mostly in a land where the water was so bad that whiskey was considered a health food. The end of the first act. By the time Houston's first term ended in 1838, the Republic was still alive, which was a victory in itself. He had avoided a new war with Mexico. He had kept the Indians at bay through a policy of trade and treaties, and he had managed to keep the government from burning down the Capitol, literally and figuratively. But the people of Texas were getting restless. They were tired of Houston's cowardly peace policies and his Indian-loving ways. They wanted a leader who would dream big, fight hard, and spend money they didn't have. They wanted a man who would turn the Lone Star into a continental empire. They found that man in Mirabeau B. Lamar, a poet warrior with a high forehead and an even higher opinion of his own destiny. Houston, who by law could not run for a second consecutive term, watched as Lamar was elected. He knew that the president in buckskins was about to be replaced by a man who preferred silk waistcoats and grand crusades. Houston handed over the keys to the empty treasury, packed his turban and his buckskins, and retired to wait for the inevitable moment when the people would realize that you can't pay for a dream with a poet's verses. Sam's note: you have to admire Sam Houston. He knew that a country is like a horse. If you don't keep it fed and under control, it's going to throw you into the mud and run off into the brush. He spent his first term trying to convince a group of rebels that administration is just a fancy word for not going broke. He failed at the not going broke part, but he succeeded in making sure there was still a Texas for the next fellow to mess up. Chapter 18. The Dream of Empire, in which Mirabeau B. Lamar decides that what Texas really needs is a poet's imagination and a very large map. If Sam Houston was the cold, gray morning after a wild night of revolution, the man who hands you a glass of water and tells you to start cleaning up the broken glass, then Mirabeau Bonaparte Lamar was the fellow who walks in at 10 a.m., ignores the mess, and suggests that what the house really needs is a third story, a marble fountain, and a standing army of peacocks. Lamar was a man of high foreheads and even higher aspirations. He was a poet, a dreamer, and a romantic who suffered from the unfortunate delusion that a national budget is merely a suggestion, and that geography is something you can change if you have a sharp enough pencil. He didn't just want Texas to be a state, he wanted it to be an empire, a sprawling continental titan that stretched from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific Ocean, with its own navy, its own universities, and a complete lack of people who disagreed with him He was inaugurated in 1838, and he immediately made it clear that the buckskin era was over. If Houston was the old raven, Lamar was the new eagle. Though he spent a great deal of his time flying directly into various windows. Waterloo, the capital in the middle of nowhere. Lamar's first act of imperial grandeur was to decide that the city of Houston was a terrible place for a capital. He hated Houston, both the man and the city. He found the city to be a swampy, mosquito-ridden purgatory that smelled of damp wool and Sam Houston's old boots. So, he decided to move the government to a tiny settlement on the Colorado River called Waterloo. At the time, Waterloo consisted of a few log cabins, a great deal of scenic limestone, and enough Comanche warriors in the surrounding hills to make a surveyor's life very short and very exciting. Lamar renamed the place Austin in honor of the father of Texas, and set about building a city on a hill. To the practical-minded Houston, this was madness. It was like building a bank in the middle of a forest and then wondering why the tellers were being shot at. But to Lamar, it was a statement of intent. He wanted the capital to face the west, to look toward the future, and to be as far away from Sam Houston as humanly possible. The government moved to Austin in 1839. For several years, the metropolis was essentially a fortified picnic ground. The legislators had to carry rifles to the Capitol, and the presidential mansion was a two-story frame house where the sound of Indian war whoops was a common evening entertainment. It was a capital that required a bodyguard just to go to the post office. The father of education on credit. We must give Lamar credit for one thing. He was a man who believed in the power of the book. He famously remarked that cultivated mind is the guardian genius of democracy, a sentiment that is carved on several thousand buildings in Texas today. He set aside 50 leagues of land for 2 universities and 3 leagues for each county for primary schools. It was a noble, far-sighted plan. The only minor defect was that in 1839 the land was currently occupied by people who weren't interested in reading, and the Republic had no money to actually hire a teacher or buy a primer. Lamar was essentially setting aside a rainy day fund in a country that was currently underwater. He wanted to build the University of Texas before he had even figured out how to keep the Comanche from stealing the schoolhouse door. He was a man who planned the dessert menu while the kitchen was still on fire. The total extinction policy. If Houston's policy toward the Native Americans was trade and treaties, Lamar's policy was fire and lead. Lamar didn't believe that the two cultures could coexist. He viewed the Cherokee in the east and the Comanche in the west as foreign invaders on Texas soil, a bit of rhetorical gymnastics that ignored several thousand years of prior residency. In 1839, he ordered the expulsion of the Cherokee from East Texas. He claimed they were conspiring with Mexico, and he sent the army to burn their villages and drive them into Oklahoma. This resulted in the death of Chief Bowl, an 83-year-old friend of Sam Houston, who was killed while wearing a silk vest Houston had given him. Then came the Council House fight in San Antonio in 1840. A group of Comanche leaders came to negotiate a peace treaty and return captives. A misunderstanding, fueled by years of distrust and the fact that the Comanche hadn't brought back all the prisoners they promised, turned a meeting room into a slaughterhouse. Dozens of Comanche leaders were killed inside the city. The Comanche, being a people who did not view diplomatic immunity as a joke, responded with the Great Raid of 1840, the largest Indian raid in the history of the South. They swept through the Guadalupe Valley, burning the towns of Victoria and Linville before being intercepted at the Battle of Plum Creek. Lamar had wanted a final solution to the Indian problem. What he got was a bloody, expensive, and never-ending border war that sucked the treasury dry and left the frontier in a state of perpetual terror. The Santa Fe shopping trip. But the pinnacle of Lamar's hubris, the absolute gold medal of bad ideas, was the Santa Fe expedition of 1841. Lamar looked at the map and noticed that the Republic of Texas claimed all the land up to the Rio Grande, which included the city of Santa Fe. He decided that he wanted to control the lucrative trade routes of the Santa Fe Trail. He didn't ask Congress for permission, mostly because they would have said no, and probably laughed until they choked. Instead, he organized a group of 320 men, soldiers, merchants, and a few tourists who were looking for an adventure, and sent them off into the desert. He thought the people of New Mexico would welcome the Texians with open arms and immediately agree to join the Republic. He didn't send a diplomat. He sent a group of men with 20 wagons full of trade goods and a brass cannon. The expedition was a catastrophe from the first mile. They got lost in the cross timbers. They ran out of water on the Llano Estacado. They were harassed by Indians and eventually reached New Mexico in a state of near starvation, looking like a group of shipwrecked sailors who had wandered into a furnace. Instead of a parade, they were met by the Mexican governor, Manuel Armijo, and his army. The Texians, being too tired to even hold their rifles, surrendered without a shot. They were marched 2,000 miles to Mexico City as prisoners. It was a national humiliation that cost a fortune and proved that Lamar's empire was only as large as his imagination. The redback reality. While Lamar was dreaming of Santa Fe and building universities, the Texas economy was performing a very convincing impression of a stone dropped into a well. Lamar printed more money, the redbacks, to pay for his wars and his capital and his navy. By 1841, the Texas dollar was worth about 2 cents in gold. You could buy a loaf of bread with a wheelbarrow full of redbacks, provided the baker needed some wallpaper. The national debt, which Houston had tried to keep at $1 million, ballooned to over $7 million. The Republic was officially, spectacularly, and irredeemably broke. Lamar had spent money like a drunken sailor on a shore leave that lasted 3 years, and the bill was finally coming due. The poet's exit. By the end of his term in 1841, Mirabeau B. Lamar was perhaps the least popular man in Texas. He had moved the capital to a target, started a war he couldn't finish, lost an army in New Mexico, and turned the currency into kindling. He left office with his head high, still convinced that he was the Napoleon of the West's more intellectual cousin. He retired to his plantation to write poetry about flowers and the Starry Banner, leaving the country to pick up the pieces. The people of Texas, having had quite enough of dreams and empires, did the only thing they could do. They went back to the man who had warned them about all of this. They elected Sam Houston for a second term. Houston returned to the presidency with a shattered treasury, a hostile Mexico, and a country that was currently being held together by nothing but grit and a few rusted Bowie knives. He looked at Lamar's empire and began the long, boring process of turning it back into a going concern. Sam's note: you have to love a man who names himself after two of the most successful conquerors in history, and then manages to lose a desert to a group of merchants. Lamar was a man who proved that a poet's vision is a wonderful thing in a book, but a very dangerous thing in a treasury. He wanted a Texas that touched the stars, but he forgot that the stars don't pay for the groceries. Chapter 19. The Ranger and the Colt, in which a new kind of lawman and a 5-shot hand cannon discover that technology is the best way to win a dispute with a horseman. In the grand, dusty theater of the American West, there is no character more draped in myth and more likely to be covered in actual trail dust than the Texas Ranger. To hear the later historians tell it, a ranger was a sort of secular saint in a Stetson, a man who could track a whisper through a thunderstorm and settle a riot by merely squinting at it. In reality, the early Texas Rangers were less of a police force and more of a collection of highly motivated, extremely independent, and frequently unwashed individuals who had decided that law and order was a fine idea, provided they were the ones deciding what the law was on any given Tuesday. They weren't an army, because an army requires uniforms, drills, and a willingness to stand in a straight line while someone shoots at you. 3 things a Texian finds fundamentally offensive. They weren't a police force, because a police force requires a station, a salary, and a pair of shiny shoes. The Rangers were a frontier solution. They were men who provided their own horses, their own rifles, and their own sense of justice in exchange for about $1 a day, which the Republic rarely actually paid, and the right to be shot at by the finest light cavalry in human history. The Comanche problem, a matter of mathematics. To understand why the Rangers became a legend, you first have to understand the mathematics of the Texas frontier in the 1830s. The Rangers were primarily tasked with protecting the settlements from the Comanche. As we discussed in Chapter 1, the Comanche were the masters of the horse. A Comanche warrior could ride at a full gallop, hang off the side of his pony to use it as a shield, and fire 20 accurate arrows in the time it took a ranger to reload a single-shot muzzle-loading rifle. Warfare on the plains was a slow-motion disaster for the white man. You fired your one shot, missed, because a galloping horse is a poor platform for marksmanship, and then spent the next minute frantically ramming powder and lead down a metal tube while the Comanche turned you into a human pincushion. It was an unfair exchange. It was like trying to win a knife fight with a very long, very heavy, and very temperamental spoon. The frontier was stalled. The gringo influx had hit a wall made of buffalo hide and sheer equestrian brilliance. What the Rangers needed was a miracle. What they got was a bankrupt inventor from Connecticut named Samuel Colt. The Patterson, the failed revolver. In 1836, Samuel Colt patented a revolving pistol. It was a marvelous piece of engineering that looked like it had been designed by a clockmaker who had spent too much time in a tavern. It was called the Colt Patterson. It had 5 shots, a folding trigger that only popped out when you cocked the hammer, and enough small, delicate parts to make a watchmaker weep with frustration. To the United States Army, the Patterson was a joke. They found it too fragile, too complicated, and far too likely to explode if you loaded it incorrectly. Colt went bankrupt in 1842, and his revolving dream seemed destined for the dustbin of history, right next to the steam-powered umbrella and the calorie-free lard. But a few of these pistols, roughly 150 of them, had found their way to the Texas Navy. When the Navy was decommissioned, mostly because Sam Houston realized that a country with no money shouldn't own a boat, the pistols were handed over to the Texas Rangers. Captain Jack Hayes and the magic guns. The man who truly understood the potential of the Patterson was John Coffey Jack Hayes. Hayes was a surveyor by trade, a small man with a quiet voice and a face that suggested he had seen everything and found most of it mildly disappointing. He led a company of rangers based in San Antonio, and he was the first to realize that 5 shots in the hand were worth 50 in the wagon. In 1844, at the Battle of Walker's Creek, Hayes and 15 of his rangers were surrounded by about 80 Comanche warriors. Ordinarily, this would have been the end of the story, a brief skirmish followed by a very long funeral. The Comanche charged, expecting the Rangers to fire their one shot and then be defenseless. Instead, the Rangers pulled out their Pattersons. They didn't stop to reload. They just kept shooting. Bang, 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 bang. The Comanche were horrified. They had never seen a gun that didn't stop. To them, it was a form of dark magic. They retreated, and for the first time in the history of the frontier, the mathematics of the arrow had been defeated by the logic of the cylinder. Jack Hayes had proven that a small group of determined men with repeating firearms could hold the plains against any odds. Samuel Walker and the hand cannon. One of the men riding with Jack Hayes that day was Samuel Walker. Walker was a ranger who possessed a very specific vision of what a gun should be. He liked the Patterson, but he found it a bit dainty for the Texas frontier. It was a .31 caliber, roughly the size of a large pea, and it didn't have a trigger guard, which made it difficult to draw in a hurry without shooting your own toe off. When the Mexican-American War broke out in 1846, Walker went east to find Samuel Colt. He found the inventor living in a boarding house, still trying to convince people he wasn't a failure. Walker told him, "I want a gun that can kill a horse and the man riding it. I want it to be .44 caliber. I want it to have a trigger guard, and I want it to be so heavy that if you run out of bullets, you can use it as a club." The result was the Colt Walker. It was a monster. It weighed 4.5 pounds, about the weight of a small roast beef, and it held 6 shots. It was the magnum of its day, a hand cannon that could fire a ball with enough force to penetrate a buffalo skull. Colt and Walker signed a contract for 1,000 of them for the U.S. Mounted Rifles. The Walker Colt didn't just save Samuel Colt's career, it changed the DNA of the West. It gave the Ranger a weapon that matched his environment. It was rugged, it was loud, and it was devastatingly effective. The Ranger ethos: one riot, one Ranger. The introduction of the revolver solidified the Rangers as the primary force of the Republic. They became the mobile strike force that Sam Houston used to keep the peace on a budget. They didn't have barracks. They lived under the stars. They didn't have a mess hall. They ate what they could kill or borrow from a friendly settler. They developed a reputation for a specific kind of cold-blooded efficiency. There is a famous and likely exaggerated story of a mayor in a troubled town who sent for the Rangers to stop a riot. He was met at the train station by a single dusty man with a Winchester and a pair of Colts. "Where are the rest of the Rangers?" the mayor asked. "Well," the ranger replied, "you only have one riot, don't you?" This one riot, one ranger philosophy was the ultimate expression of Texas individualism. It suggested that one man with the right tools and a total lack of fear was worth more than an entire army of bureaucrats. The dark side of the badge. We would be remiss if we didn't mention that the taming of the frontier was a bloody, ugly business. The Rangers were not known for their adherence to the finer points of the Bill of Rights. They were frequently the settlers' vengeance, and their methods were often as brutal as the attacks they were retaliating against. To the Comanche and the Mexican inhabitants of the borderlands, the Los Tejanos Sangrientos, the bloody Texans, were not heroes. They were a state-sanctioned terror. The Rangers operated in a moral gray zone that only exists on the edge of a map. They were the ones who did the necessary work that the people in the civilized East didn't want to hear about over breakfast. They were the teeth of the Lone Star, and those teeth were often stained red. The legacy of the cylinder. By the time Texas joined the Union in 1845, the Ranger and the Colt were inseparable. They had turned the great inconvenience of the plains into a navigable territory. They had broken the Comanche's monopoly on speed and power, and they had created an archetype that would dominate the American imagination for the next century. Samuel Colt died a wealthy man, having armed half the world with his equalizers. Samuel Walker died in Mexico, killed in a battle before his namesake pistols had even fully arrived at the front. And Jack Hayes eventually moved to California, where he probably wondered why the mud wasn't as thick and the people weren't as stubborn. The Ranger and the Colt is a story of technology meeting desperation. It proved that in Texas, if you can't solve a problem with a law, you can usually solve it with a piece of revolving steel and a man who doesn't know how to quit. The frontier was being tamed, but it was being tamed at a cost that would be felt for generations. Sam's note. You have to admire a man who designs a gun so heavy it can be used as an anchor in a pinch. Samuel Walker knew his audience. He knew that a Texan doesn't want a delicate instrument. He wants a tool that can survive a sandstorm and a bar fight and still go bang when the trigger is pulled. As for the Rangers, they were the ultimate proof that authority is just a matter of who has the best horse and the fastest thumb. Chapter 20. The Annexation Waltz, in which Texas plays the part of the eager suitor, the United States plays the reluctant bride, and Britain plays the other woman, just to make everyone nervous. If you have ever witnessed a long-term courtship between two people who clearly belong together, but are both too stubborn, too broke, or too worried about what the neighbors will think to actually walk down the aisle, then you understand the first 9 years of the Republic of Texas. It was a decade-long waltz of indecision, performed on a ballroom floor made of muddy prairie and lit by the flickering candles of a bankrupt treasury. From the very afternoon that Sam Houston sat under an oak tree at San Jacinto and accepted the Napoleon of the West's silk-vested surrender, the ultimate goal was clear. Texas wanted to be part of the United States. It was the gringo dream. They hadn't come to the wilderness to start a lonely planet. They had come to expand the one they already had. But for 9 years, the United States looked at Texas with the same expression a man gives a stray dog. He admires the spirit. He might even give it a scrap of meat, but he is terrified of the fleas and the fact that it might start a fight with the much larger bulldog across the street. The suitor with the empty pockets. In 1836, the Republic of Texas sent its first formal proposal to Washington, D.C. It was a straightforward offer. We have hundreds of millions of acres of land, a very nice star on our flag, and a mountain of debt. Would you like to marry us? The answer from the United States was a polite diplomatic version of, I think of you more as a friend. President Andrew Jackson, Houston's mentor and a man who loved land as much as he hated banks, recognized Texas independence on his last day in office, but he wouldn't touch annexation with a 10-foot pole. The United States was currently suffering from a severe case of internal indigestion. The slavery question was starting to make the dining table shake. The northern states looked at Texas and saw not a land of opportunity, but a giant, cotton-growing, slave-holding monster that would tilt the balance of power in Congress forever. They didn't want another slave state. They certainly didn't want 5 of them, which was a rumor circulating at the time, that Texas was so large it would eventually be divided into a handful of states, all voting the Southern ticket. The jealousy strategy, Houston's masterstroke. When Sam Houston returned to the presidency for his second term in 1841, he realized that being the eager suitor wasn't working. If you want someone to notice you, the worst thing you can do is stand on their porch and weep. You have to start flirting with their rivals. Houston began a masterful game of international make-believe. He started cozying up to Great Britain and France. He dropped hints that if the United States didn't want Texas, perhaps Queen Victoria would like a nice cotton-producing colony on the Gulf of Mexico. He allowed British diplomats to hang around Austin, whispering about how the British Empire might guarantee Texas independence if they would only consider abolishing slavery. It was a brilliant bit of poker. Houston didn't actually want to be a British subject. He was a Jacksonian through and through, but he knew that the one thing the United States hated more than another slave state was a British flag flying in their backyard. The Monroe Doctrine was a sacred text in Washington, and the idea of a British-backed Texas was like a burr under the saddle of American pride. Suddenly, the Texas question wasn't just about slavery, it was about national security. The Americans started to worry that if they didn't marry the girl, she might run off with the sophisticated fellow from London who had better tea and a much larger navy. The Tyler Interlude and the Failed Treaty. By 1844, President John Tyler, a man who had become president by accident after William Henry Harrison died of a cold he caught during his own inauguration speech, and was currently a man without a party, decided that annexation was his only path to a legacy. He negotiated a treaty of annexation with Texas, but the U.S. Senate, displaying its ancient and venerable talent for doing nothing at the worst possible moment, rejected the treaty. They were still worried about Mexico, which had repeatedly promised that annexation would be considered an act of war. To the senators in Washington, Texas was a firebrand that would set the whole continent ablaze. The Texians were humiliated. They had been stood up at the altar for the second time. For a moment, the mood in the Republic turned sour, People started talking about staying independent forever, about conquering Mexico on their own, or about becoming a Pacific empire that would make the United States look like a small eastern footnote. The election of 1844. Manifest destiny in a landslide. Then came the U.S. presidential election of 1844. The candidates were Henry Clay, who was May on Texas, and James K. Polk, who was Texas or bust. Polk was the dark horse candidate who rode the wave of a new American religion called Manifest Destiny. It was the belief that God had personally intended for the United States to stretch from sea to shining sea, and that any mountains, deserts, or Mexicans in the way were merely temporary obstacles to a divine plan. Polk won. The American people had voted for more map. The message was clear. They wanted Texas, they wanted Oregon, and they were willing to fight anyone who said otherwise. John Tyler, seeing the writing on the wall and wanting to grab the credit before Polk took office, did something clever. He knew he couldn't get a two-thirds majority in the Senate for a treaty, so he proposed a joint resolution. This only required a simple majority in both houses of Congress. It was a legal loophole large enough to drive a wagon through. The wedding day, December 29th, 1845. The joint resolution passed in early 1845. Texas was offered statehood on remarkably generous terms. Texas could keep its public lands, a rarity for a new state. Texas had to pay its own massive debt, a less than generous but fair point. Texas could, if it chose, divide itself into as many as 5 states, the North's nightmare. On October 13, 1845, the people of Texas voted overwhelmingly to accept the offer. They were tired of being a lonely star. They were tired of redbacks that weren't worth the paper they were printed on. They were ready to come home. On December 29, 1845, President Polk signed the act. The Republic of Texas was officially no more. The transition took place in Austin in February of 1846. The last president of the Republic, Anson Jones, stood before a crowd and made a short, bittersweet speech. He said, "The final act in this great drama is now performed. The Republic of Texas is no more." He lowered the Lone Star flag, the one that had flown over the mud of Houston and the target practice of Austin, and handed it to a man who raised the stars and stripes. There were many cheers, but I suspect there were a few tears as well. It's a strange thing to give up your status as a nation to become a state, even if you are the largest and most troublesome state in the Union. The spark and the bill. The annexation waltz had ended in a wedding, but as Mexico had promised, the wedding sparked a war. The United States had inherited not just the land, but the border dispute. Texas claimed the Rio Grande. Mexico claimed the Nueces River. There were about 150 miles of no man's land in between, and both sides were now staring at each other across the sagebrush with their fingers on the triggers. The United States had finally gone to Texas on a national scale. They had acquired 1 million square miles of potential, a population of the most stubborn people on earth, and a guaranteed fight with a neighbor who felt very much like the victim of a grand kidnapping. The honeymoon was over before the cake was even cut. Within months, American blood would be shed on the Texas soil of the disputed zone, and the Napoleon of the West would find himself facing a much larger, much better funded opponent. The waltz was over, and the war was about to begin. Sam's note: you have to admire the diplomacy of Sam Houston. He made the United States so jealous of a British ghost that they forgot they were broke and scared of slavery just long enough to sign the papers. It's a reminder that if you want someone to want you, you just have to look like you're having a wonderful time with someone they can't stand. Texas became a state not because the U.S. loved it, but because the U.S. couldn't stand the thought of anyone else having it. And that, my friends, is the most American form of love there is. Part 5. War, Cattle, and Black Gold. Chapter 21. The Border Dispute, in which we discover that 150 miles of scraggy brush is worth a continental war. The ink on the annexation papers was barely dry, perhaps it was still a bit tacky to the touch, when the United States government realized that in marrying Texas, they had not just acquired a vast estate of cotton and cattle, but also a very loud, very violent, and very permanent argument with the neighbors. If Texas was the reluctant bride of the Union, then Mexico was the ex-husband, who still had a set of keys and a legal document stating that the divorce was entirely fraudulent. The central issue, as it usually is in Texas, was geography. Specifically, where did Texas end? To the Texians, the border was the Rio Grande. They had written it into their Constitution back in 1836, mostly because the Rio Grande was a nice long river that made for a very tidy map. To the Mexican government, however, Texas ended at the Nueces River, a much smaller ribbon of water located about 150 miles to the northeast. Between these two rivers lay the Nueces Strip, a stretch of land primarily composed of prickly pear, rattlesnakes, and dust. In any other part of the world, a 150-mile wide strip of desert would be considered a buffer zone, or a place to avoid at all costs. But in the mid-1840s, it became the most valuable piece of real estate on the planet simply because two nations had decided it was a matter of honor. And as any student of history knows, honor is usually the most expensive luxury a country can afford. The geography of provocation. President James K. Polk was a man who believed in the manifest destiny of the United States with the fervor of a man who has just seen a vision of a gold mine in his backyard. He wanted the Rio Grande border, and he wanted California, and he wanted them both yesterday. He tried to buy the land first, offering Mexico $30 million for the whole package. But the Mexican government, which was currently going through a phase of not being interested in selling its limbs to a neighbor, sent his envoy packing. Polk, showing the kind of strategic patience that usually ends in a funeral, decided that if he couldn't buy a war, he would start one. In early 1846, he ordered General Zachary Taylor, known as Old Rough and Ready, for his habit of wearing a straw hat and looking like a disheveled farmer, to lead an army of 4,000 men into the disputed Nueces Strip. Taylor marched south and set up camp directly on the banks of the Rio Grande, facing the Mexican city of Matamoros. He even built a fort, which he named Fort Texas. To the Mexicans, this was not defending the border. This was a full-scale invasion of their territory. They watched from across the river, their fingers twitching on their triggers, while Taylor's men played cards and complained about the heat. It was a masterpiece of geographical trolling. The Thornton Affair, a matter of perspective. On April 25, 1846, the powder keg finally blew. A Mexican cavalry force crossed the Rio Grande and ambushed a small detachment of American dragoons led by Captain Seth Thornton. 11 Americans were killed, and the rest were captured. When the news reached Washington, Polk didn't just announce a border skirmish. He addressed Congress with a speech that was a masterpiece of righteous indignation. He famously declared that American blood has been shed on American soil. Now, American soil was a bit of a stretch, considering the soil in question was in a region that the U.S. had only claimed for 5 minutes, and which Mexico had claimed for 300 years. But in the heat of 1846, the American public wasn't interested in the nuances of land titles. They were interested in a ruckus. Congress declared war on May 13th, and the United States officially went to work on the Mexican problem. The Texas Devils in Mexico. The Mexican-American War was the first time the United States had fought a war on foreign soil, and it was the first time the regular army had to deal with a specific brand of enthusiasm known as a Texas Ranger. The Rangers, led by men like Jack Hayes, Ben McCulloch, and Samuel Walker, the man with a heavy gun, were attached to Taylor's army as scouts. They were, to put it mildly, a logistical nightmare for the professional officers. They didn't wear uniforms. They wore grease-stained buckskins. They didn't march. They rode at a casual, predatory trot. They didn't salute. They mostly nodded and went looking for a place to start a fire. General Taylor loved them because they were the only ones who could find the Mexican army in the desert. The Mexican people, however, terrified by the Rangers' habit of taking no prisoners and their total lack of interest in the rules of war, gave them a new name, Los Diablos Tejanos, the Texas Devils. The Rangers acted as the shock troops of the American advance. At the Battle of Monterey, they fought their way house to house through the city, using the crowbar advance they had perfected at San Antonio. They were fearless, they were efficient, and they were, in many ways, the most terrifying thing to come out of the annexation. They proved that while Texas was now a state, its Ranger DNA was still very much a republic of violence. The Long March and the General of the Toga. While Taylor was fighting in the north, General Winfield Scott, known as Old Fuss and Feathers for his love of fancy uniforms and correct etiquette, led a second invasion from the sea. He landed at Veracruz and marched toward Mexico City, following the same path Hernán Cortés had taken 3 centuries earlier. Among Scott's officers were a group of young men who would later spend the 1860s trying to kill each other: Robert E. Lee, Ulysses S. Grant, and Jefferson Davis. They watched as the American army, outnumbered and far from home, defeated one Mexican force after another. They learned how to lead, how to fight, and how to ignore the general inconvenience of a hostile population. The war was a series of disasters for Mexico. Santa Anna, who had been in exile in Cuba, managed to convince Polk that he would negotiate a peace if the U.S. helped him get back to Mexico. Once he arrived, he immediately took command of the Mexican army and started fighting again, proving that a dictator's word is only as good as the man holding the gun to his head. But even Santa Anna's legendary luck had run out. At the Battle of Chapultepec, the American army stormed the heights and entered Mexico City. The Napoleon of the West had been conquered again, and this time there was no silk shirt large enough to hide him. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo The bill arrives. The war ended in February 1848 with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. It was a total victory for the United States and a total catastrophe for Mexico. Mexico recognized the Rio Grande as the border of Texas. Mexico ceded a vast territory, the Mexican Cession, including present-day California, Nevada, Utah, and parts of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming. The United States paid Mexico $15 million and agreed to pay off the claims of American citizens against the Mexican government. The United States had grown by 525,000 square miles, an increase of nearly 40%. It was the greatest real estate deal since the Louisiana Purchase, and it had been paid for in blood, gunpowder, and the total humiliation of a neighbor. The expensive addition. But as the dust settled, the American public realized that Texas was indeed an expensive addition. The war had cost $100 million and 13,000 American lives, mostly to disease, which remains the most efficient killer in military history. More importantly, the war had reopened the slavery question with a vengeance. Every new mile of territory acquired in the war was a new battleground for the debate over whether the land would be free or slave. The border dispute had been settled on the map, but it had sparked a much larger dispute in the heart of the American Union. Texas was now a state, and its border was the Rio Grande. The Rangers went home to tell tall tales about the halls of Montezuma, and Zachary Taylor used his old rough and ready fame to get himself elected president. But the victory at Guadalupe Hidalgo was a poisoned chalice. By solving the Texas problem, the United States had created the American problem, a conflict of North versus South that no treaty could settle and no map could contain. Sam's note: you have to admire the logic of the 1840s. If you want a river, you send an army to camp on it until someone gets shot, and then you claim the moral high ground while you take half of their country as a processing fee. The Mexican-American War proved that the United States was a gringo on a continental scale, ambitious, stubborn, and entirely convinced that the world belonged to whoever could draw the best map at the end of the day. Chapter 22, The Secession Crisis, in which Sam Houston tries to stop a stampede with a shingle and Texas discovers that divorce is more expensive than the wedding. By the year 1860, Texas had been a member of the United States for exactly 15 years. In the life of a nation, 15 years is a mere hiccup. In the life of a teenager, it is the exact age at which you decide your parents are fools, the house rules are tyranny, and your true destiny lies in running away to join a traveling circus, even if the circus is currently on fire. Texas had spent a decade and a half enjoying the benefits of the Union. The U.S. Army had mostly handled the border, the Postal Service delivered letters, eventually, and the gringo influx had turned into a cotton tsunami. The state had become a cornerstone of the Cotton Kingdom, a land where the soil was black, the fiber was white, and the politics were increasingly red-hot. But as the 1860s dawned, the annexation waltz had turned into a secession stomp, and the man standing in the middle of the dance floor trying to stop the music was, once again, Sam Houston. The fever in the blood. To understand the secession crisis in Texas, you have to understand the fever. It wasn't a physical ailment, though it made men sweat and rave just the same. It was a political delirium brought on by the fear that the North, that collection of cold-blooded abolitionists and industrial vampires, was about to steal the South's property and its way of life. In Texas, this fever was particularly virulent. The state was filled with men who had already GTT once to escape a government they didn't like. To them, the U.S. government was starting to look remarkably like the Mexican government of 1835, distant, demanding, and overly interested in local civil rights. When Abraham Lincoln, a man whose name in Texas was usually preceded by several adjectives that I cannot repeat in polite company, was elected president in 1860 without a single vote from the state, the Texians decided that the joint resolution of 1845 was a contract they were no longer interested in honoring. The old raven's lonely perch. Sam Houston was now the governor of Texas. He had been a general, a president, a senator, and a hero, but in 1861 he was something far more dangerous, a Unionist. Houston loved the Union. He had spent years in Washington, D.C. watching the country grow, and he knew something that the fire eaters in Austin didn't. The North had more factories, more railroads, and more people than a Texas imagination could fathom. He knew that a war between the North and South wouldn't be a gallant duel. It would be a slaughter. He traveled the state, making speeches that were masterpieces of common sense and total futility. He told crowds, "The North is determined to preserve this Union. They are not a fiery, impulsive people as you are, but they are a dogged and unwavering people." He warned them that if they seceded, they would be wading through seas of blood. The crowds, however, didn't want common sense. They wanted the glory that Travis had talked about. They shouted him down, called him a coward, and suggested that old Sam had spent too much time in the North and forgotten the smell of a Texas campfire. It is a tragic thing to watch a man who created a country be told by that country that he no longer understands it. The Convention of 1861, the quickest divorce in history. Despite Houston's attempts to delay, the Fire Eaters called for a secession convention in Austin in January of 1861. Houston tried to ignore it, then tried to legally outmaneuver it, but it was like trying to stop a landslide with a strongly worded letter. The delegates gathered in the House of Representatives. There were 177 of them, and 170 voted for secession. It wasn't a debate. It was a coronation of chaos. They drafted the Ordinance of Secession, which listed their grievances against the non-slave-holding states and declared that Texas was once again an independent republic for about 5 minutes, until they could join the newly formed Confederate States of America. On February 23rd, the people of Texas voted to ratify the ordinance. The result was 3-1 in favor of leaving. In places like San Antonio and Austin, there were celebrations, parades, and enough gunpowder wasted on salutes to have held the Alamo for another year. Only a few counties in North Texas and the German settlements in the hill country, people who valued the Union or simply didn't like the look of a plantation, voted no. The whittling scene, a departure in silence. The final act of the drama took place on March 16, 1861. The convention required all state officials to take an oath of allegiance to the Confederacy. Sam Houston refused. He sat in his office in the basement of the Capitol, whittling on a piece of pine wood. He was a master whittler. He could turn a cedar shingle into a work of art, while he was thinking about the fate of empires. The secretary of the convention stood on the stairs and called out his name 3 times. Sam Houston, Sam Houston, Sam Houston. Silence. Only the sound of the knife against the wood. The convention promptly declared the office of governor vacant and appointed the lieutenant governor, Edward Clark, in his place. Houston didn't shout. He didn't challenge anyone to a duel. He simply packed his belongings, gathered his family, and left the capital. He remarked to a friend, "I love Texas too well to bring strife and bloodshed upon her. I shall retire." The prophecy of the steamboat house. Houston retired to Huntsville, to a peculiar-looking home called the Steamboat House. There, he watched as his warnings came true. He watched his sons go off to fight for a cause he didn't believe in. He watched as the ports were blockaded, as the cotton rotted in the fields, and as the seas of blood began to rise. He died in July of 1863, just 3 weeks after the twin disasters of Gettysburg and Vicksburg had broken the back of the Confederacy. His last words were reportedly, "Texas, Texas, Margaret," Margaret being his wife, the only person who had ever managed to truly domesticate the old raven. He died a man without a country, rejected by the state he had mothered and the Union he had cherished. It was a bitter end for a Titan, but as history has proven, Houston was right about everything. He knew that you can't build a future on a foundation of yesterday, and he knew that once you start a stampede, the only thing you can do is wait for the dust to settle over the bodies. The Lone Star and the Southern Cross. With Houston gone, Texas threw itself into the war with a ferocity that suggested they were trying to prove something to the rest of the South. They sent 70,000 men to the front, an enormous percentage of the population. They provided Hood's Texas Brigade, which became the shock troops of Robert E. Lee's army, and Terry's Texas Rangers, who rode across the Western theater like a whirlwind. But back home, the state was suffering. The general inconvenience had become a general catastrophe. The frontier was undefended as the Rangers went east, and the Comanche, who didn't care about the difference between a Unionist and a Confederate, began to push the line of settlement back 100 miles to the east. Texas was the storehouse of the Confederacy, providing beef, leather, and cotton, smuggled through Mexico, to keep the rebellion alive. But it was a storehouse that was being slowly emptied of its young men and its hope. The secession crisis had ended in a war that Texas couldn't win, led by men who hadn't listened to the only man among them who knew how to see over the horizon. The state had followed its heart and its cotton, and in doing so, it had walked directly into the seas of blood Sam Houston had seen in his whittling wood. The next 4 years would be a long, grim lesson in the cost of a Texas-sized mistake. Sam's note, there was a profound irony in a man whittling a piece of wood while his life's work is being dismantled upstairs. Houston knew that the politicians in Austin were building a house out of straw in the middle of a hurricane season. He was the only one who realized that independence is a very heavy thing to carry, and if you try to carry it for the wrong reasons, it will eventually crush you. Texas had left the Union to save its property, and it was about to find out that war is the greatest thief of property ever devised. Chapter 23, The Last Battle, in which the news of the world takes a scenic route and Texas wins a war that had already been canceled. There is a popular theory among people who live in places with paved roads and reliable clocks that history is a series of neat, tidy events that happen all at once. They believe that when a general surrenders his sword in a parlor in Virginia, every soldier across the continent immediately drops his musket, shakes hands with his neighbor, and goes home to see if his wife has finished the spring planting. In the 19th century, however, news was a leisurely traveler. It didn't flash across a wire at the speed of a scandal. It plodded along on a mule, got stuck in the mud of a Louisiana swamp, stopped for a 3-day bender in New Orleans, and eventually arrived at the Texas border looking haggard and entirely out of breath. By the time a piece of information reached the Rio Grande, it was often so old that it qualified as an archaeological find. This brings us to Palmito Ranch. It is a stretch of salt marsh and mesquite thicket near Brownsville, located so far south that even the seagulls have a Mexican accent. It was here, in May of 1865, that the American Civil War decided to perform a very loud, very violent, and entirely unnecessary encore. It was a battle fought more than a month after Robert E. Lee had surrendered at Appomattox, 3 weeks after Joe Johnston had given up in North Carolina, and several weeks after Jefferson Davis had been captured while reportedly trying to navigate a thicket in his wife's overcoat. The war was dead, buried, and had already had the first few commemorative poems written about it. But nobody told the boys in the brush at Palmito Ranch. Or more accurately, they told them. But in Texas, a fact is often treated as a mere suggestion until someone backs it up with a heavy caliber argument. The back door of the Confederacy. To understand why anyone was still shooting at each other in the mud of South Texas, you have to understand the Rio Grande trade. While the rest of the South was being strangled by the Union blockade, Texas had a back door. They could haul their cotton down to Brownsville, ferry it across the river to Matamoros, and sell it to European merchants as Mexican cotton. This made the Brownsville area a very busy, very profitable, and very grumpy place. The Union Army had tried to close this door several times, but they found that occupying South Texas was like trying to occupy a hot stove. You could do it, but you couldn't stay comfortable for long. By May of 1865, a small Union force was huddled on Brazos, Santiago Island, staring across the water at a group of Confederates who were still guarding the cotton trails and pretending that the Southern Cross was anything more than a decorative rag. The cast of the final act. The Confederate commander in the region was Colonel John Salmon "Rip" Ford. His nickname, Rip, came from his habit of signing death notices during the Mexican-American War with "Rest in Peace," which he eventually shortened to R.I.P. to save time. He was a ranger, a doctor, a journalist, and a man who possessed a level of combativeness that suggested he had been born during a lightning storm. Ford was a legend in Texas, and he had no intention of surrendering to anyone who hadn't physically pinned him to the ground. Opposing him was Colonel Theodore H. Barrett, a Union officer who had spent most of the war in the colored troop regiments and had never actually seen a real battle. Barrett was a man with a clean uniform and a desperate desire for a bit of glory before the war officially went out of business. He knew the war was over, he had heard the rumors, but he saw a chance to capture Brownsville and add a small gold star to his resume. It was a recipe for disaster. A man who wanted a fight meet a man who didn't know when to stop one. The skirmish in the salt marsh. On May 12, 1865, Barrett ordered his troops to move inland from the coast. They marched through a thunderstorm, struggling through the salt marshes and the thorny brush. They clashed with a small Confederate outpost at Palmito Ranch, burned some supplies, and then settled in for the night, feeling very pleased with themselves. But Rip Ford was not a man to be trifled with, especially when he was in a bad mood. He gathered a force of about 300 men, a mixture of cavalry, artillery, and a few French soldiers who had wandered over from Mexico for the ambiance. He had 6 cannons, and more importantly, he had the Texas spirit, which at this stage of the war was composed of 80% whiskey and 20% refusal to admit defeat. On the afternoon of May 13th, Ford's cavalry hit the Union lines like a hammer. He famously shouted to his men, "Men, we have whipped them and will whip them again." It was a bold statement, considering his entire country had already been whipped into a pulp 1,000 miles to the east, but the Texians didn't care about geography. They saw a blue coat, and they started shooting. The 8-mile retreat. The battle was a chaotic running fight through the mesquite. The Union troops, many of whom were inexperienced, found themselves being chased by a group of screaming horsemen who seemed to have missed the memo about the Confederacy's demise. The Texian artillery, led by Captain O.G. Welch, did a brisk business. They fired into the Union ranks as they retreated toward the coast. It wasn't a grand battle in the sense of Gettysburg or Antietam. It was a nasty, dusty, humid scramble through the mud. The Union soldiers were literally running for their lives, wondering why they were being shot at by a ghost army. The fighting lasted for several hours, covering about 8 miles of territory. By the time the sun went down, the Union forces had retreated back to the safety of the coast, leaving behind about 100 prisoners and a significant amount of pride. The Confederates had won. They had held the ranch. They had protected the cotton. They had achieved a tactical victory in the very last battle of the war. The prisoners' news. The irony of the situation was finally driven home during the processing of the prisoners. One of the Union captives, likely a man who was tired, muddy, and thoroughly annoyed at being captured a month after the war ended, looked at his Confederate guard and said something to the effect of, "What are you boys doing? Don't you know General Lee surrendered weeks ago? Don't you know the war is over?" The Texians, according to some accounts, looked at him with a mixture of suspicion and boredom. They had heard the rumors, but they hadn't seen it in the papers. And in Texas, a rumor is just a lie that hasn't put on its boots yet. It wasn't until a few days later, when a formal truce was arranged and the official news finally plodded into Brownsville, that Rip Ford and his men realized they were the winners of a contest that had already been judged, awarded, and the trophy case locked. The final casualty. The last man killed in the American Civil War was likely John J. Williams of the 34th Indiana Infantry, who fell during the retreat at Palmito Ranch. It is a sobering thought to be the very last name on a list of 600,000. He died for a cause that had already been settled in a battle that changed absolutely nothing at the hands of men who were essentially fighting out of habit. It is the quintessential Texas ending to the war. The rest of the South went out with a whimper of exhausted surrenders. Texas went out with a bang, a charge, and a total disregard for the reality of the situation. The meaning of the mess. Palmito Ranch is often dismissed as a skirmish or a pointless postscript, but it tells us everything we need to know about the state. It tells us that Texas is a place where the end is just a suggestion. It tells us that the general inconvenience of being defeated doesn't mean you have to stop being difficult. The battle proved that the Lone Star was still a very lonely star indeed, isolated by distance, by geography, and by a stubborn refusal to follow the lead of the civilized East. While the rest of the country began the long, painful process of reconstruction, Texas spent a few more days playing war in the salt marshes, just to make sure everyone knew they were still there. The war was over. The slaves were legally, if not yet physically, free. The Union was preserved. And in a dusty corner of the Rio Grande, a group of Texians sat around a campfire looking at their captured Union rifles and wondering if they had to give them back. They had won the last battle, and in the grand, skewed logic of the frontier, that was almost as good as winning the war. Sam's note. You have to admire the timing of Rip Ford. Most people try to get their work done early. He waited until the deadline had passed and the teacher had gone home before he started his best work. Palmito Ranch was the ultimate Texas move, winning a fight that didn't matter just for the sake of the fight itself. It's a reminder that if you're going to be wrong, you might as well be loud, fast, and successful about it. Chapter 24. Reconstruction and the Comanche, in which Texas is invited back into the Union at the point of a bayonet, and the Comanche discover that a buffalo is easier to find than a peace treaty. If you have ever attempted to reconstruct a house while the original owner is still standing in the front yard with a shotgun and a very specific set of grievances, you have some idea of the atmosphere in Texas in 1865. The Civil War had ended, officially if not emotionally, and the United States government had decided that the southern states needed a bit of renovation. They called it Reconstruction, a word that suggests blueprints and fresh paint. But in Texas, it mostly involved military occupation, a great deal of paperwork in triplicate, and a social upheaval that made the 1836 Revolution look like a quiet afternoon at the library. Texas was in a peculiar state of mind. It had been the storehouse of the Confederacy, largely untouched by the physical destruction that had leveled Georgia and Virginia. The fences were mostly upright, the houses hadn't been burned, and the people were still possessed of a healthy surplus of Texas pride. They didn't feel like a defeated people. They felt like a people who had simply been interrupted. The arrival of the news, Juneteenth. The first order of business for the new management was to tell everyone the news, especially the news that the Napoleon of the West had been replaced by a man named Ulysses S. Grant. On June 19, 1865, General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston with 2,000 Union troops. He stood on the balcony of the Ashton Villa and read General Order No. 3, which began with the words, "The people of Texas are informed that, in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free." This is known to history as Juneteenth. It was a day of profound seismic joy for 250,000 enslaved people who realized that the world had finally turned right side up. It was also a day of profound seismic annoyance for their former masters, who had spent the last 2 months pretending that the Emancipation Proclamation was a piece of Northern fiction. The news didn't travel fast. It had to be delivered to the plantations in the interior, often by a soldier with a rifle, because the owners were remarkably slow to grasp the concept of voluntary labor. For the next few years, Texas was a land of two realities: the old world trying to keep the clock from ticking, and a new world trying to figure out how to be free in a place that still valued the old ways. The general inconvenience of military rule. The Union government divided the South into military districts. Texas was paired with Louisiana, which was a bit like pairing a coyote with a swamp alligator and asking them to share a kennel. The commander of the district was General Philip Sheridan, a man who possessed a legendary lack of patience and a very low opinion of the local climate. Sheridan famously remarked, "If I owned hell in Texas, I would rent out Texas and live in hell." It is a quote that has been carved into the heart of every Texan ever since, mostly because it proves that even a Union general can occasionally be right about the heat. Sheridan and his successors had a difficult job. They had to register new voters, including the newly freed black men, and ensure that the ironclad oath was taken. The oath required a man to swear that he had never voluntarily supported the Confederacy. In Texas, finding a man who could honestly take that oath was like finding a fish that liked to hike. They existed, but they were mostly found in North Texas or the German Hill Country, and they weren't particularly popular with their neighbors. The result was a government run by radical Republicans and scalawags, Southerners who cooperated with the North, supported by carpetbaggers, Northerners who came south with their belongings in bags made of carpet material. To the ex-Confederates, this was the ultimate insult. They viewed the government as a foreign occupation, and they spent the next decade being as uncooperative as humanly possible. The Comanche, the war that never stopped. While the politicians in Austin were arguing over who could vote and who could wear a sword, the frontier was disappearing. During the Civil War, the line of settlement had actually moved eastward by 100 miles. The Comanche and the Kiowa, realizing that the white men were busy killing each other in the east, had reclaimed their territory with a vengeance. The Comanche didn't care about Reconstruction. They didn't care about the 13th Amendment. They cared about the fact that the buffalo were being killed and the grass was being plowed. They were the lords of the South Plains, and by 1867 they were conducting raids that reached within 30 miles of San Antonio and Austin. The U.S. Army, now back in force, established a line of forts, Griffin, Concho, Belknap, Richardson, to hold the line. But as Jack Hayes had discovered decades earlier, a fort is a stationary thing, and a Comanche is a mobile thing. The Army was trying to fight a 19th century war with 18th century tactics. They marched in blue uniforms carrying heavy packs, while the Comanche rode circles around them, laughing in a language that didn't have a word for surrender. The strategy of the hide, the buffalo hunters. The man who finally solved the Comanche problem was not a diplomat or a tactician. He was a pragmatist with a cold heart. General Sheridan realized that you didn't have to catch the Comanche to defeat them. You just had to kill their commissary, kill the buffalo, and you kill the Indian, Sheridan said. He encouraged the buffalo hunters, men armed with big 50 Sharps rifles that could kill a bull from half a mile away, to sweep across the plains. In a matter of a few years, millions of buffalo were slaughtered. They weren't killed for food, they were killed for their hides, which were turned into industrial belts for northern factories. The rest of the animal was left to rot on the prairie, a sight that turned the great flatness into a charnel house. To the Comanche, this was a spiritual and physical apocalypse. Their food, their clothing, their shelter, and their religion were being erased by a man with a telescopic sight. This led to the final, desperate explosion of violence known as the Red River War, 1874 to 1875. The end of the nomads, Palo Duro Canyon. The climax occurred at Palo Duro Canyon. Colonel Ranald S. Mackenzie, a man who had been wounded so many times he was held together by sheer willpower and military discipline, discovered the winter camps of the Comanche, Kiowa, and Cheyenne hidden in the depths of the canyon. Mackenzie didn't just attack the people, he captured their horses, over 1,400 of them. He knew that a Comanche without a horse is just a man in a very large desert. He ordered the horses slaughtered at Tule Canyon, a move of such cold-blooded efficiency that it broke the spirit of the tribes more than any battle ever could. By 1875, the lords of the plains were gone. The last bands, led by Quanah Parker, the son of a Comanche chief and a captured white woman, Cynthia Ann Parker, surrendered and moved to reservations in Oklahoma. The Comancheria was officially open for business, provided your business involved cattle and barbed wire. The redemption and the new reality. Back in the settlements, Reconstruction was also drawing to a close. By 1874, the Democrats, the party of the old guard, had regained control of the state government. They called it the redemption, a word that suggests a spiritual cleansing, but which mostly involved undoing everything the Republicans had done and writing a new Constitution, the one of 1876, that made sure the governor would never have enough power to annoy anyone ever again. Texas was reconstructed into a state that was deeply suspicious of central government, fiercely protective of its land, and convinced that its future lay in the 3 C's: cotton, cattle, and conflict. The war was over. The frontier was tame. The slaves were free but facing a new era of segregation, and the buffalo were gone. Texas had survived the surgery of Reconstruction, but it was left with a collection of scars that would define its politics and its personality for the next century. It was no longer a republic, and it was no longer a battlefield. It was becoming a business, and the first order of business was moving 10 million head of cattle to a place where people actually had money to pay for them. Sam's note: there is a certain grim irony in the fact that the civilized world defeated the savages by killing their cows and taking their horses. It's a very efficient way to win an argument, but it doesn't leave much room for a polite conversation afterwards. As for Reconstruction, it proved that you can force a man to take an oath, but you can't force him to like the fellow who made him do it. Texas was back in the Union, but it was sitting in the back row, arms crossed, and waiting for the first chance to start its own committee. Chapter 25, The Long Drive, in which 10 million unwilling stakes walked to Kansas and the cowboy, is invented by a group of teenagers who desperately needed a bath. If you were to consult the average citizen of London, New York, or even St. Louis in the year 1866, they would tell you that a cowboy was a mythic figure, a knight-errant in leather leggings, a philosopher of the plains who spent his evenings composing sonnets to the moon and his days performing feats of equestrian magic. If you were to ask an actual Texan in 1866 what a cowboy was, he would likely point to a scrawny, sun-scorched 19-year-old who smelled like a wet dog, had the vocabulary of a frustrated mule skinner, and was currently covered in 3 layers of Kansas dust. The long drive was not a romantic pilgrimage. It was a desperate, large-scale financial maneuver. At the end of the Civil War, Texas was beef poor. It had 4 million cattle, mostly longhorns, wandering the brush of the South Texas brasada. In Texas, a full-grown steer was worth about $2, which is roughly the price of a decent hat or a very bad bottle of whiskey. However, in the hungry, industrial cities of the North, that same steer was worth $40. A $38 profit margin is the kind of math that can make a man ignore the general inconvenience of a 1,000-mile walk through a desert. All the Texians had to do was convince the cattle to walk to a place where the railroad ended, which at the time was a dusty little hamlet in Kansas called Abilene. The Longhorn, evolution's most cantankerous masterpiece. Before we can discuss the men, we must discuss the beast. The Texas Longhorn was not a cow in the sense that a dairy farmer would understand. It was a semi-wild, self-replicating engine of survival. Descended from Spanish cattle left to their own devices for 3 centuries, the Longhorn was composed entirely of bone, gristle, and a pair of horns that could span 6 feet from tip to tip. A Longhorn could live on prickly pear, go 3 days without water, and outrun a horse in a thicket. It possessed a temperament that suggested it viewed the entire human race as a personal insult. To drive a Longhorn was not to lead it. It was to enter into a prolonged 3-month negotiation with an animal that was constantly looking for an excuse to kill you or run away. They were the only animals sturdy enough to survive the walk to Kansas, mostly because they were too stubborn to die. The knight-errant in reality. The men who rode behind these beasts, the cowboys, were a diverse and bedraggled collection of humanity. About 1/3 of them were black or Mexican, vaqueros, and nearly all of them were under the age of 25. They didn't wear matching outfits, and they didn't have backup singers. They wore chaps, leather leggings, to keep the mesquite from tearing their legs off, and Stetsons to keep the sun from boiling their brains. They spent 18 hours a day in the saddle, breathing a mixture of pulverized manure and dry prairie grass. By the time a trail crew reached Kansas, they were so thoroughly marinated in the scents of the trail that they were frequently asked to stay on the windward side of town. The Chisholm Trail and the Man with the Pens. The most famous route north was the Chisholm Trail. It was named after Jesse Chisholm, a half-Cherokee trader who had blazed a wagon path for his own business. He didn't actually drive cattle, but the cattle drivers used his tracks because, in a land with no landmarks, a wagon rut is as good as a paved highway. At the end of the trail was Abilene, Kansas. It was turned into a cow town by a visionary named Joseph McCoy. McCoy realized that if he built cattle pens and a hotel near the railroad, the Texans would come. He was right. In 1867, the first herds arrived, and the long drive officially became a Texas industry. The chuck wagon, the heart of the outfit. If the cowboy was the soul of the drive, the chuck wagon was the stomach. Invented by Charles Goodnight, who also co-founded the Goodnight Loving Trail, the chuck wagon was a mobile kitchen, pharmacy, and repair shop. The cookie was the most important man on the drive, mostly because he controlled the coffee and the sourdough biscuits. He was usually an older man, often a former cowboy with a permanent limp or missing finger, and he possessed a level of grumpiness that was considered a professional requirement. You didn't insult the cookie's beans, and you didn't ride your horse near his fire unless you wanted to find out how a cast iron skillet feels when applied to the side of your head. The stampede, a symphony of terror. The great fear of every trail boss was the stampede. A longhorn is a nervous creature. It can be spooked by a lightning bolt, a tumbling tumbleweed, or a cowboy sneezing too loudly. Once one steer starts running, they all start running. A stampede at night was a nightmare in 3 acts. The ground would shake with the force of 3,000 animals moving at 30 miles an hour. The cowboys would have to ride at a breakneck gallop in the pitch dark, trying to get to the front of the herd and turn them into a mill, a giant swirling circle of beef, to make them stop. Many a man ended his career and his life by falling off his horse in front of a stampede, a fate that is remarkably absent from the more upbeat cowboy ballads. To prevent this, the cowboys would sing to the cattle at night. They sang hymns, they sang folk songs, and they sang whatever nonsense came to mind. It wasn't about the music, it was about the human voice. It let the cattle know where the men were so they wouldn't be startled by a sudden shadow. This is the origin of the cowboy lullaby, though I suspect the cattle would have preferred a bit more melody and a bit less gravel in the delivery. The end of the open range, barbed wire. The era of the long drive only lasted about 20 years. 2 things killed it, the railroad and the devil's rope. As the tracks moved further south into Texas, there was no longer a need to walk the cattle to Kansas. But the real blow was barbed wire, patented by Joseph Glidden in 1874. Up until then, the open range was exactly that, open. You could walk a herd across anyone's land because ownership was a vague concept involving a lot of grass. But as farmers, the sod busters, moved in, they started stringing wire to protect their crops. The big die-up of the winter of 1886 to 1887, where hundreds of thousands of cattle froze to death against drift fences they couldn't cross, proved that the era of the free-roaming longhorn was over. The range was being fenced, the grass was being titled, and the cowboy was being turned into a ranch hand. The invention of the legend. By the 1890s, the long drive was a memory. But it was at this exact moment that the cowboy became a global icon. Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, and later the pulp novels of the era, took the dusty, tired teenager and turned him into a knight in leather. They forgot the mud, they forgot the smell, and they forgot the fact that the hero spent most of his time looking at the rear end of a steer. They created a myth that Texas has been selling to the world ever since. The cowboy became the symbol of American independence, even though the actual cowboys were low-wage laborers working for large cattle syndicates owned by investors in London and New York. The long drive had moved 10 million cattle and saved the Texas economy. But its greatest export wasn't beef. It was a character. The cowboy was the gringo, at his most iconic, restless, brave, and entirely convinced that the world looked better from the back of a horse. And as the cattle trails faded, Texas was already looking for its next big gusher, one that would involve a different kind of black gold and a lot less mooing. Sam's note. You have to admire the optimism of a man who looks at 1,000 miles of desert and thinks, I'll just walk my stake over there. The long drive was a masterpiece of human endurance, fueled by a total lack of alternatives. As for the cowboy, he's the only laborer in history who became a hero simply by being too poor to afford a train ticket for his cargo. He was a teenager with a job that would kill a modern athlete, and he did it all for $40 a month and a chance to see what Kansas looked like in the rain. Chapter 26. Spindletop, in which Texas trades the smell of manure for the scent of money, and the earth decides to stop being a silent partner. For centuries, men had wandered across the Texas landscape looking for something that glittered. As we have seen, Coronado looked for golden cities and found only grass. The French looked for empire and found only a swamp. And the cowboys looked for a $40 a month paycheck and found only a lifetime of dust and lumbago. It is a peculiar habit of the human race to look for wealth on the horizon while standing directly on top of a fortune. By the year 1900, the old Texas was a land of agrarian rhythms. It was a place of cotton, cattle, and corn. If you were a man of means, you owned 1,000 head of longhorns. If you were a man of labor, you followed a mule. The fastest thing in the state was a steam locomotive, and the most valuable liquid in the territory was a reliable well of sweet water. But beneath the roots of the mesquite and the hooves of the cattle, a prehistoric treasure had been waiting for millions of years. It was rock oil, a thick, foul-smelling black sludge that occasionally leaked to the surface in South Texas, where the locals used it as a medicine, an axle grease, or a very poor substitute for lamp oil. To the civilized world, oil was a messy byproduct of the salt industry, but in Beaumont, Texas, a man with one arm and a surplus of stubbornness was about to prove that the general inconvenience of the sun was nothing compared to the power of the black gold. The prophet of the mound. The story of Spindletop begins with Patillo Higgins. Higgins was a Beaumont local, a self-taught geologist, and a man who had lost his left arm in a youthful gunfight with a deputy, a very Texas way to start a career in science. Higgins had a theory. He noticed a small, subtle rise in the flat prairies south of town called Sour Spring Mound. The soil there tasted like sulfur, and gas occasionally bubbled up through the mud. Higgins was convinced there was oil under that mound. He formed the Gladys City Oil, Gas, and Manufacturing Company, but his fellow townsfolk viewed him with the same amused pity one might show a man trying to teach a cat to play the piano. They called him a madman, a visionary, and, most damningly in a business sense, an enthusiast. The experts were even more dismissive. The state geologist of Texas personally visited the mound and declared that there was absolutely no possibility of finding oil there. He argued that the geological formations of the Gulf Coast were entirely unsuitable for the accumulation of petroleum. It is a wonderful thing, the certainty of an expert. It is the only thing in nature that can be proven wrong by 100-foot geyser of evidence. The captain and the Hamel brothers. Higgins eventually ran out of money and patience, so he placed an advertisement in a trade journal. It was answered by Captain Anthony Lucas, an Austrian-born mining engineer who had spent time in the salt mines of Louisiana. Lucas shared Higgins' belief in salt domes, the idea that giant plugs of salt pushed up through the earth, creating traps for oil. Lucas arrived in Beaumont and started drilling, but he quickly ran into the general inconvenience of the Texas coastal soil. The sand and clay collapsed into the holes. The equipment broke. Lucas, too, ran out of money. He eventually secured backing from the Guffey and Gailey firm of Pittsburgh, who sent in the Hamel brothers, Kurt and Al, to do the actual drilling. The Hamels were practical men who didn't care much for theories, but they knew how to sweat. They brought with them a rotary drill, a relatively new invention that chewed through the earth like a corkscrew. When they hit quicksand, they invented a technique that changed the world. They pumped thick, soupy mud down the drill pipe to coat the walls of the hole and keep them from collapsing. It was rotary drilling mud, and without it, the modern world would still be riding in buggies. The day the earth coughed. On the morning of January 10th, 1901, the Hamels were at a depth of 1,139 feet. Suddenly, the well began to gurgle. A heavy flow of mud started bubbling up out of the hole. Then, with a sound like a freight train screaming through a tunnel, the drill pipe, all 6 tons of it, was shot out of the earth like a toothpick. There was a moment of terrifying silence. The men ran for their lives, thinking the world was ending. Then a low rumble shook the prairie. A fountain of black, thick, crude oil erupted from the ground, soaring 150 feet into the air. It was a gusher, the likes of which the world had never seen. The Lucas gusher was producing an estimated 100,000 barrels of oil a day. To put that in perspective, all the other wells in the United States combined weren't producing that much. For 9 days, the oil rained down on the prairie, coating the cattle, the houses, and the stunned Hamel brothers in a layer of black prosperity. The chaos of Swindle Top. The news of the gusher hit the world like a lightning strike. Within days, the sleepy town of Beaumont, population 9,000, was invaded by 50,000 people. It was the GTT movement all over again, but this time they weren't looking for 4,428 acres of cornfield. They were looking for a 6-inch hole in the ground. Beaumont became a fever dream of greed. Land that had been worth $10 an acre was selling for $1,000 an inch. People were sleeping in pool halls, on the sidewalks, and in livery stables. There were oil companies formed on every street corner, many of them existing solely to sell beautiful embossed stock certificates to widows and orphans. The mound became so crowded with wooden derricks that you could practically walk across the entire hill without touching the ground. They started calling it Swindle Top, because for every man who made a fortune, there were 100 who lost their shirts to a dry hole or a fast-talking promoter. But the oil was real. It was a lake of energy that didn't require a horse to pull it or a mule to push it. The death of the horse and the birth of the Titan. Spindletop changed the DNA of Texas and the destiny of the human race. Before 1901, oil was primarily used for kerosene lamps. After 1901, Oil was so cheap and so plentiful that it became the fuel of the future. It powered the internal combustion engine. It replaced coal in the boilers of ships and locomotives. It gave birth to the giant corporations that would dominate the 20th century. Texaco, Gulf Oil, Humble Oil, which became Exxon, and Mobil. Texas was no longer a southern state or a western state. It was a petroleum state. The long drive was replaced by the pipeline. The cowboy was replaced by the roughneck. The scent of the prairie was replaced by the pungent chemical tang of the refinery. Texas had found its 7 cities of Cibola, and they weren't made of gold. They were made of ancient liquefied sunlight, the legacy of the gusher. The spindle-top boom eventually subsided, mostly because they drilled so many holes in the mound that the pressure dropped and the oil stopped flowing, but the precedent was set. Oil was discovered in North Texas, in the Panhandle, and eventually in the massive East Texas field. Texas became the engine of the American economy. The wealth from the oil fields built the skylines of Houston and Dallas, funded the universities that Lamar had dreamed of, and gave the state a political weight that it still carries today. But there was a price for this black gold. It turned a land of independent farmers into a land of industrial titans. It created a boom and bust cycle that made the weather look stable by comparison. And it proved that in Texas, if you dig deep enough, you will eventually find something that will either make you a king or blow your hat into the next county. Patillo Higgins, the madman with one arm, eventually made some money, but not nearly as much as the men who had called him crazy. He spent the rest of his life looking for the next mound, a prophet who had been vindicated by a geyser and then promptly ignored by the people he had made rich. But every time a Texan starts an engine or looks at a refinery on the horizon, they are paying a silent tribute to the day the earth decided to stop being a silent partner and started speaking in a loud, black, oily voice. Sam's note: you have to love the irony of it. Coronado spent his life looking for a golden city and died a failure. Patillo Higgins looked for a muddy hill and started a global revolution. It's a reminder that the world doesn't belong to the experts. It belongs to the man who is willing to get his hands dirty and ignore the people who tell him he's crazy. Texas has always been a place where the truth is whatever comes out of the ground when you poke it with a stick. Chapter 27, The Great Storm, in which the Wall Street of the West discovers that the Gulf of Mexico is a landlord with no interest in negotiating the lease. There is a specific kind of arrogance that belongs to a man standing on a sandbar, surrounded by bags of gold and wearing a silk waistcoat, who looks out at the horizon and decides that the ocean is a well-behaved servant. In the year 1900, Galveston, Texas, was the most elegant, most prosperous, and most dangerously confident city in the American South. It was the Queen City of the Gulf, a glittering jewel of Victorian architecture, international commerce, and a population of 38,000 people who believed that they had finally tamed the coast. Galveston was the Wall Street of the West. It had more millionaires per capita than any other city in the country. It was the first city in Texas to have electric lights, the first to have a telephone, and the first to believe its own press clippings. It was a city of banks, cotton exchanges, and grand mansions that looked like they had been imported directly from the finest districts of London or New York. The only minor defect in this paradise was that it was built on a narrow slip of sand that sat, on average, about 5 feet above sea level. It was a city built on a shelf, and the shelf was currently being used as a doormat by the Gulf of Mexico. The hubris of the Bureau. To understand the tragedy of 1900, you have to understand the Weather Bureau. In those days, meteorology was less of a science and more of a collection of educated guesses performed by men with very impressive mustaches and a total lack of satellite data. The man in charge in Galveston was Isaac Klein. Now, Isaac was a man of high intellect and even higher certainty. In 1891, he had written an article in the Galveston Daily News explaining, with the patient condescension of a school marm, why it was impossible for a hurricane to seriously damage the city. He argued that the shallow water of the Gulf would act as a buffer, breaking the waves before they could reach the shore. He claimed that the very idea of a storm surge was a myth propagated by people with overactive imaginations and a lack of proper degrees. Isaac Klein's certainty was the official policy of the United States government. When reports began to filter in from Cuba about a great storm moving through the Caribbean, the Weather Bureau in Washington, D.C. dismissed them. They believed the storm would curve east toward Florida, because that is what storms were supposed to do. They didn't trust the Cuban meteorologists who actually had experience with hurricanes, mostly because the Cubans didn't work for the Bureau and therefore couldn't possibly know what they were talking about. The night the ocean moved in. September 8th, 1900 began as a gray, blustery Saturday. The tide was high, and the wind was whistling through the rigging of the ships in the harbor. But that was just Galveston weather. People went about their business. They went to the markets, they visited the Strand, and they watched the whitecaps on the beach with a casual, bored curiosity. But as the afternoon wore on, the general inconvenience of a rainy day turned into a nightmare. The wind shifted to the north, then the east, then the southeast, and it began to blow with a ferocity that suggested the atmosphere was trying to peel the skin off the earth. The barometer dropped lower than anyone had ever seen it. By sunset, the Gulf of Mexico was no longer a body of water. It was a wall, a storm surge of 15 feet, 3 times the height of the island, was moving inland. Isaac Klein, finally realizing that his buffer theory was currently underwater, struggled home through waist-deep surf to save his family. The storm hit with a sustained wind speed of over 120 miles per hour. In a city built mostly of wood and optimism, the result was a massacre. The houses on the beach were the first to go. They weren't just flooded, they were dismantled. The waves picked up entire city blocks and turned them into a battering ram of timber, slate, and furniture. This mass of debris, a wall of wreckage 3 stories high and miles long, pushed across the island, grinding everything in its path into splinters. The morning of the ghosts. When the sun rose on Sunday, September 9th, the Queen City was a graveyard. The wind had died down, the water had receded, and the silence that followed was more terrifying than the roar of the storm. An estimated 6,000 to 12,000 people had been killed in a single night. It remains the deadliest natural disaster in United States history. In a matter of hours, 1/3 of the city's population had been erased. The debris pile was so massive that it took months to clear. There were no families who hadn't lost someone. There were no streets that hadn't seen a tragedy. The disposal of the dead was a horror story of its own. The ground was too wet for burials, and there were too many bodies for traditional funerals. The survivors tried to bury them at sea, but the Gulf, as if finishing its work, washed them back onto the beach the next morning. Eventually, they were forced to build funeral pyres along the shore, burning the remains of their neighbors and friends in a grim, smoky ritual that lasted for weeks. Raising the dead and the dirt. A lesser people, a people who valued their sleep and their dry socks, would have abandoned the island. They would have packed what was left of their china and moved to the mainland. But Galveston was a Texas city, which meant it was possessed of a level of stubbornness that bordered on the pathological. They decided to fix the planet. They embarked on two of the most ambitious engineering projects in human history, the seawall and the grade raising. First, they built a massive concrete wall, 17 feet high and 3 miles long. It has since been extended to 10 miles. It was designed to stare down the next hurricane and tell it to find another hobby. But the wall wasn't enough. They realized that if the ocean came over the wall, the city would still be a bowl of soup. So they decided to raise the entire island. They used jacks to lift 2,100 buildings, including the 3,000-ton St. Patrick's Church, into the air. Then they pumped millions of cubic yards of silt and sand from the harbor underneath them. They raised the elevation of the city by as much as 13 feet in some areas. Think about that. They lifted a city, filled in the hole, and put the city back down. It is a feat of engineering that makes the pyramids look like a weekend DIY project. It was a statement of absolute defiance. Galveston was saying to the Gulf of Mexico, "We are staying, and if you want to move us, you're going to have to try a lot harder." The Houston pivot. While Galveston was busy lifting itself out of the mud, its neighbors were making other plans. The Great Storm had proven that a port on an open island was a risky place to keep your money. The city of Houston, located 50 miles inland and safely tucked away from the storm surge, saw its opportunity. Led by visionary businessmen and a great deal of federal funding, they began dredging a ship channel through Buffalo Bayou. They wanted to bring the ocean to the city rather than the city to the ocean. In 1914, the Houston Ship Channel opened, and the economic heart of Texas began to shift inland. Galveston remained a beautiful, resilient place, but it was no longer the Wall Street of the West. It became a city of tourism, history, and BOI, born on the island pride. A place that remembered its tragedy, but refused to be defined by it. The legacy of the storm. The Great Storm of 1900 changed the way we look at the world. It gave birth to modern meteorology, mostly because Isaac Klein and his mustache were no longer allowed to make the rules. It proved that progress is a fragile thing when faced with the general inconvenience of nature. But more importantly, it proved the specific grit of the Texas coast. The people of Galveston didn't just survive, they rebuilt. They turned a sandbar into a fortress. Every time a modern hurricane rolls into the Gulf, it hits that seawall, and the seawall holds. The Queen City lost her crown to Houston, but she kept her soul, and she remains a reminder that in Texas, the end is only a reason to start a construction project. Sam's note: you have to admire the ego of a man who tries to jack up an entire city to get a better view of the horizon. It's the ultimate gringo move. If you don't like the geography, you just move the dirt until it suits you. Isaac Klein lived to a ripe old age, having learned the hard way that the ocean doesn't read the Weather Bureau's newsletters. As for Galveston, it's still there, smelling of salt and resilience, a place where the people know that the only thing more certain than the next tide is the fact that they'll still be standing there to meet it. Chapter 28, Ma and Pa Ferguson, in which Texas politics becomes a family business and the voters discover that a buy one, get one free special applies to more than just sourdough. If you have ever spent an afternoon at a county fair, you know that the most successful attraction is rarely the one that promises the most integrity or the soundest fiscal policy. No, the crowd gathers around the man who can swallow a sword, the pig that can do long division, or the silver-tongued orator who can convince you that the elixir in his bottle will cure everything from gout to a nagging conscience. In the early 20th century, Texas politics was not so much a branch of government as it was a form of high-stakes, full-contact performance art. And the undisputed champions of the sawdust ring were the Fergusons, James and Miriam, better known to the shouting throngs as Pa and Ma. They were a political dynasty built on a foundation of rural resentment, a spectacular disregard for the finer points of the law, and a marketing slogan that would have made a circus promoter blush. 2 governors for the price of 1. The rise of Farmer Jim. Our story begins with James Edward Pa Ferguson. Pa was a lawyer and a banker from Belton who possessed a gift for the common touch that was so effective it was practically a superpower. He didn't look like a banker. He looked like a man who had just stepped off a plow, wiped his brow with a dusty sleeve, and decided to tell you exactly why the city folk were stealing your lunch. He ran for governor in 1914 as Farmer Jim. He didn't care about the sophisticated issues of the day. He cared about the little fellow. He promised to cap the rent that tenant farmers paid to landlords, a proposal that was likely unconstitutional, but incredibly popular with anyone who didn't own the dirt they were plowing. He was a populist in a Stetson, a man who spoke the language of the creek bottom and the cotton patch. He won in a landslide, proving once again that in Texas, if you can make a man feel like a victim, he will follow you into a burning building. The war with the silk-stocking crowd. Pa Ferguson was a man of large appetites and a very short fuse. His downfall began when he decided to pick a fight with the only institution in Texas that possessed more ego than he did, the University of Texas. Pa viewed the university as a nest of silk-stocking snobs and frill-wearing professors who were teaching the youth of the state to look down on their elders. He wanted to fire several professors who had displeased him, and when the university's board of regents refused, Pa did the only logical Texas thing. He vetoed the entire appropriation for the university. He essentially tried to evict the state's flagship school from the budget. This was a mistake. It turns out that while tenant farmers loved Pa, the university's alumni, who happened to be the lawyers, judges, and newspaper editors of the state, loved their alma mater more. They struck back with a fury that caught Pa by surprise. They dug into his financial records and discovered that he had borrowed $150,000 from a mysterious source, likely a brewery, and hadn't bothered to explain why. In 1917, Pa Ferguson became the first, and so far only, governor of Texas to be impeached and removed from office. The Senate convicted him on 10 counts and, for good measure, barred him from ever holding a state office of honor, trust, or profit in Texas again. The Ma pivot, the ultimate loophole. A normal man, a man with a functioning sense of shame, would have retired to his farm to whittle and complain about the establishment. But Pa was not a normal man. He realized that while he couldn't hold office, the law didn't say anything about his wife. In 1924, Miriam Ma Ferguson entered the race for governor. Her campaign was a masterpiece of proxy politics. She didn't have a platform. Her platform was Vindicate Pa. She was a quiet, private woman who preferred her garden and her kitchen to the political arena. But she stood on the platform next to James and let him do the talking. Their slogan was the aforementioned 2 governors for the price of 1. It was a buy one, get one free deal for the executive mansion. The message was clear. Vote for the lady, and you get the old man's brain for free. To the rural voters who still felt that Pa had been done dirty by the Austin snobs, it was an irresistible proposition. The Battle of the Hoods. There was, however, a serious complication. The 1820s in Texas were dominated by the rise of the Ku Klux Klan. The Klan had become a powerful political force, controlling city councils and judicial seats across the state. They ran a candidate for governor named Felix Robertson, a man who represented the 100% American and 100% intolerant wing of the party. The Fergusons, to their everlasting credit, hated the Klan, not necessarily because they were civil rights pioneers, but because Pa didn't like any organization that claimed more loyalty than he did. The 1924 election became a choice between a hood and a humbug. The voters chose the humbug. Ma Ferguson was elected as the first woman governor of Texas and the second in the United States, missing the first title by a few days to Nellie Taylor Ross of Wyoming. The Ma and Pa era had officially begun. The pardon mill and the highway hullabaloo. The Ferguson administration was interesting. Since Pa was technically not the governor, he sat in an office down the hall and advised his wife on every decision. This included the awarding of highway contracts, which seemed to go to Ferguson friends with remarkable frequency, and the issuance of pardons. The Fergusons believed in the healing power of mercy, especially if it was applied liberally. During her 2 terms, 1925 to 1927 and 1933 to 1935, Ma Ferguson issued over 4,000 pardons. It was said that the pardon mill was open 24 hours a day. Rumors swirled that a pardon could be purchased for a modest donation to a Ferguson-friendly cause, or perhaps just a very nice box of cigars for Pa. It was a return to the spoils system, with a vengeance. If you were a friend of the family, the state was your oyster. If you were an enemy, you were likely to find yourself being audited by a man with a very long memory and a very sharp pencil. The legacy of the 2-for-1 special. The Fergusons dominated Texas politics for 20 years. They lost, they won, they were disgraced, and they were vindicated over and over again. They proved that in Texas, a colorful character is worth more than a dozen competent administrators. They gave the rural poor a sense that someone in Austin was looking out for them, even if that someone was mostly looking out for the family bank account. Ma Ferguson finally retired from politics in 1944, a few months before Pa passed away. They left behind a state that had been reconstructed yet again, this time into a populist battleground where the little fellow was always being told he was being cheated by the big interest. The Ferguson era was the birth of the modern Texas political machine, a mixture of personality, patronage, and a total refusal to let a little thing like an impeachment get in the way of a good career. They proved that the Lone Star could be a family crest, and that the general inconvenience of the law was something that could be managed with a clever slogan and a quiet wife. Sam's note: you have to admire the chutzpah. Most people, when told they are barred from office, go home and take up golf. Pa Ferguson just changed the name on the door and kept right on working. It's the ultimate gringo move. If you don't like the rules, you just find a way to make them work for you. As for Ma, she was the original silent partner, proving that a woman's place was in the home, specifically the governor's mansion, as long as she brought her husband along to do the heavy lifting. Chapter 29. Houston, we have a problem. In which Texas trades the saddle for a control room and the Lone Star decides to go visit the actual stars. If you had told a Texas Ranger in 1844, while he was cleaning his Colt Patterson in the shade of a live oak, that in little more than a century his descendants would be sitting in an air-conditioned room in a swampy suburb of Houston talking to a man standing on the moon, he would have likely checked your pulse and then asked for a sip of whatever you were drinking. Texas has always been a land of big distances, big cattle, big oil, and big egos. But by the 1960s, the state realized that the only thing bigger than the Texas horizon was the vacuum above it. The transition from the 19th century frontier to the 20th century space age was not a slow evolution. It was a sudden, violent, and highly expensive leap, propelled by the Cold War, a massive amount of federal funding, and a man from the Texas Hill Country who possessed a political reach that spanned from the Pedernales River to the Oval Office. The Master of the Senate, LBJ, and the High Ground. The story of Space City begins with Lyndon Baines Johnson. In the 1950s, as the Senate Majority Leader, LBJ looked up at the Soviet satellite Sputnik and didn't just see a piece of metal beeping in the dark. He saw a threat to American pride and, more importantly, a magnificent opportunity for Texas. Johnson understood that the high ground was no longer a ridge in Mexico or a hill in the Comanche. It was Earth's orbit. He chaired the committee that created NASA in 1958, and when he became vice president under John F. Kennedy, he made sure that the crown jewel of the space program, the Manned Spacecraft Center, found its way to a 1,000-acre patch of salt grass and cows in Clear Lake, just south of Houston. The official reasons for choosing Houston involved the proximity to Rice University, a stable climate, if you ignore the hurricanes, and access to water. But the unofficial reason was that LBJ wanted the moon to have a Texas area code. In 1961, the deal was done. The cattle were moved out, and the physicists were moved in. The birth of Space City. The construction of the Manned Spacecraft Center, later renamed the Johnson Space Center, turned a quiet coastal prairie into a high-tech beehive. It brought with it a new kind of gringo, the engineer. These were men who wore short-sleeved white shirts, narrow ties, and pocket protectors, and who spoke a language composed entirely of acronyms and calculus. They built a campus that looked like a futuristic college, complete with vacuum chambers, centrifuges, and the world's most sophisticated telephone exchange, mission control. Suddenly, the general inconvenience of the Houston humidity was being managed by central air conditioning, and the Texas drawl was being transmitted to the lunar surface. In 1969, when Neil Armstrong stepped off the ladder of the lunar module, the very first word spoken from the surface of another world was Houston. It was the ultimate Texas brag. The state had gone from being a colony of Mexico to being the primary point of contact for the entire human race's celestial ambitions. Apollo 13, the most famous 5 words. We must speak of the moment that gave this chapter its title. In April 1970, the Apollo 13 mission suffered a catastrophic oxygen tank explosion halfway to the moon. Commander Jim Lovell famously radioed back to the swampy suburb, "Houston, we've had a problem." History, being a bit of a dramatist, eventually polished this into the more punchy, "Houston, we have a problem." For the next 4 days, the world watched as a group of engineers in Houston, fueled by cold coffee and cigarettes, performed a miracle of Texas-sized improvisation. They used duct tape, cardboard, and sheer mathematical grit to bring 3 men home in a crippled ship. It was a victory of the mind over the machine, and it solidified Houston's reputation as the brain of the space program. It proved that in a crisis, you didn't want a poet or a politician. You wanted a fellow in a flat-top haircut who knew how to use a slide rule in a hurricane. The cultural collision, Boots and Buck Rogers. The arrival of NASA changed the DNA of Texas. It brought a massive influx of outsiders from the north and east, people who didn't know a longhorn from a heifer, but knew everything about liquid oxygen. This created a peculiar cultural cocktail. You had astronauts who lived in suburban ranch houses and drove Corvettes, but who also bought Stetson hats and went to the Houston Livestock Show and rodeo. You had space-age bars where the patrons drank martinis and talked about orbital mechanics, and honky-tonks where they drank Lone Star beer and talked about the price of beef. Texas became the land of the techno-cowboy. It was a place where you could see a Saturn V rocket, the largest machine ever built, lying on its side in a field, while a few miles away a farmer was still worrying about the boll weevil. The legacy of the launch pad. The space age did for Texas what the oil boom had done 50 years earlier. It brought money, prestige, and a sense of next. It turned the state into a hub for aerospace, telecommunications, and medicine. The Texas Medical Center in Houston, now the largest in the world, grew alongside NASA, sharing the same spirit of, let's see if we can fix this. The Lone Star was no longer just a symbol of a lonely struggle for independence. It was a destination. The state had traded the general inconvenience of the trail for the specific complexity of the stars. It had proven that the same grit that allowed a man to survive a Comanche raid or a Galveston storm was the same grit required to navigate the void of space. Today, as private companies like SpaceX launch rockets from the South Texas coast at Boca Chica, the cycle continues. Texas remains the frontier, but the frontier has moved from the Sabine River to the Martian Plains. The boots are still there and the hats are still there, but now they are often worn by people who are looking at a computer screen waiting for the countdown to hit 0. Sam's note: you have to admire the ego of a people who, upon finding themselves in a swamp, decided that the best way out was to go straight up. LBJ knew that if you give a Texan a complicated toy and enough money, he'll eventually find a way to break it or fly it to the moon. Houston became a word synonymous with help, which is a bit of a turnaround for a city that used to be synonymous with mud. The space age proved that the Texas spirit isn't tied to the dirt. It's tied to the idea that there is always something bigger over the next ridge, even if that ridge is 250,000 miles away. Chapter 30. The State of Mind, in which we try to explain the unexplainable and discover that a map is just a suggestion for a people who think in empires. If you have traveled the world, and I have mostly to avoid people who wanted their money back, you will notice a curious phenomenon. If you ask a man from Marseille where he is from, he will say France. If you ask a woman from Kyoto, she will say Japan. But if you ask a person from Amarillo, Houston, or a dusty crossroads in the hill country where they hail from, they will not say the United States. They will look you square in the eye, perhaps adjust a hat that is slightly too large for a modern doorway, and simply say, Texas. It is a statement of fact, a declaration of identity, and occasionally a warning. To a Texan, the state is not a subdivision of a larger entity. It is the entity itself. The United States is merely a convenient administrative arrangement that Texas has agreed to participate in, provided the federal government doesn't get too loud or stay too long. This is the Texas state of mind, a mixture of history, geography, and a level of self-assurance that borders on the geological. The Republic hangover. The root of this condition lies in those 9 years we discussed in Part 4. Texas is the only state, apologies to Vermont and Hawaii, but their tenures were shorter or quieter. That was a fully functioning, internationally recognized sovereign republic before it joined the Union. 9 years is not a long time in the history of the world, but in the history of a people, it is an eternity. It is the period when the DNA was set. Those 9 years proved that Texas could survive on its own, barely, and with a great deal of debt and mud, but it did it. That memory is passed down through the schools, the songs, and the soil. Every Texan child is taught that their state was once a country, and deep down, most of them believe it still is. It's a republic hangover that no amount of federal highway funds can quite cure. The geography of the ego. Then there is the bigness. You cannot live in a place that takes 2 days to drive across and remain a person of modest ambitions. The sheer scale of the landscape, from the piney woods of the east to the desert peaks of the west, suggests that enough is never quite enough. In Texas, big is the default setting. Big trucks, big hair, big steaks, and big opinions. It is a land that requires a large personality just to fill up the silence of the Llano Estacado. This has led to the Texas brag, a form of conversation that involves taking the truth and stretching it until it fits the horizon. A Texan doesn't lie. He simply provides the extended version of reality. The three-legged stool of identity. The modern Texas identity rests on a three-legged stool. that we have tracked through this book. The cowboy, representing the independence of the frontier and the grit of the trail. The oilman, representing the wildcatting spirit and the belief that a fortune is just 1 6-inch hole away. The astronaut, representing the future and the idea that even the sky is just another piece of territory to be explored. When you combine these three, you get a character who is comfortable in a saddle, a boardroom, or a rocket ship. It is a character that the rest of the world recognizes instantly. You can go to a bazaar in Cairo or a cafe in Berlin, and if you are wearing a Stetson, they don't see an American. They see a Texan. The state has become a global brand, a shorthand for a specific kind of restless, stubborn, and ultimately successful individualism. Why the world secretly agrees. The most curious part of the Texas state of mind is that the rest of the world seems to go along with it. When a disaster hits, when a war starts, or when a problem needs a Texas-sized solution, people look to the Lone Star. There is a secret grudging admiration for a people who refuse to be standardized. In a world that is becoming increasingly polished and uniform, Texas remains a bit rough around the edges. It is a place where you can still get lost, where you can still make a fortune from nothing, and where you can still start a ruckus over a piece of bronze. The world agrees that Texas is a country because Texas behaves like a country. It has its own myths, its own heroes, its own accent, and a flag that it flies at the same height as the national one, a privilege it guards with the ferocity of a mother bear. The Gringo Conclusion. We began this journey with the Gringo influx, the arrival of a group of people who scrawled GTT on their doors and walked into a wilderness. We followed them through the revolutions, the massacres, the cattle drives, and the gushers. We watched them reach for the stars and build a titan in the mud. What we have discovered is that Texas is not a place on a map. It is a state of mind. It is the belief that the general inconvenience of the world can be overcome with enough grit, enough humor, and a total refusal to consult a map that tells you no. It is a land of contradictions, deeply traditional, yet obsessively futuristic, fiercely independent, yet fundamentally neighborly. As the old saying goes, you can all go to hell, and I will go to Texas. Most people who come here eventually realize that they haven't just moved to a new state. They have joined a new tribe. They have become part of the little ruckus that started in 1835 and shows no signs of slowing down. Sam's final note. Well, friend, we've come to the end of the trail. We've inhaled a lot of dust, dodged a few bullets, and spent a king's ransom in imaginary redbacks. I hope you've enjoyed the ride. History, as I've tried to show you, isn't a collection of dates in a dusty book. It's a story of people who were just as confused, stubborn, and hopeful as we are. Texas is a grand, messy, beautiful experiment that is still being written. Every time a new gringo crosses the border with a dream in a suitcase, a new chapter begins. I'll leave you here, under the shade of this live oak. The sun is setting over the hill country, the crickets are starting their evening concert, and the lone star is just starting to twinkle in the darkening sky. It's a big sky, a big land, and a big story. And the best part is, it's not over yet. Keep your hat on straight, your powder dry, and your heart in the right place. See you at the next ruckus. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the journey. I hope you have too.